Alrighty. How's it going, Fox? Kelvin, CJ? Got in here quick? Alright. Just check everything is correct. Pretty sure the timers are all good. Alright. The one that got a remake? No, this is not the one that got a remake. The one that got a remake is the one that already had a remake. It already had 2 releases. They really, like, let us clean together. Let's get into it. So, there's gotta be a whole bunch of, renameable characters, I imagine. Also, these are, like, all Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced sprites. I'm pretty sure Tactics Advance was before this one, anyway. Also, the text is all auto-scrolling. Oh, really? This one's before Tactics Advance. I mean, it's the same company, so reusing assets is just how it is. But it is pretty obvious because I recognize so many of the sprites because they use a lot of the same NPC sprites. And yes, Cup. Yes, Cup, I haven't played this one. Or rather, I have played this one, but I didn't get very far because way back in the day when I tried to emulate this game, like in high school, it wouldn't save properly. So I just said fuck it and played something else. Enter a name. What is his default name? Alphonse. No. Yeah, I mean, there was a handful of games on GBA that didn't emulate well. Specifically, a handful of games that had the exact same problem. Like, out of all the games that I played, there was only a couple of... I played a lot of GBA games on emulator, but Visual Boy Advance specifically seemed to have this issue with some games where it just wouldn't save. Or rather, it would save, and it looks fine, but then once you reboot the game, the save is gone. And this was one of them. Golden Sun 2 was another one. But Golden Sun 1 wasn't one. Golden Sun 1 was fine. And that's why I played it so much. But Golden Sun 2, I could never play because just didn't retain save files for some reason. Is that meant to be a thumbs up? What is that? Sure, I'll just go with Alphonse. Better check if, like, how much the starting questions matter. It'll be small. It probably just determines your starting party, like it usually does, but I better double check. I don't want to... Let's see. The other one? Are you talking about Let Us Clean Together? All the Ogre Battle games and the Tactics Ogre games have the same kind of thing in the opening. You put in a bunch of information and answer some questions, and it determines basically what your starting shit is. It doesn't actually force you into anything. It just means that, you know, like in Ogre Battle, you'll get more mages or more soldiers or more archers or whatever in your starting parties. In Tactics Ogre, it just determines your starting classes and your party, I think. Okay, so the questions determine Alphonse's starting alignment, element, and initial stats. Alright, fortune teller. Let's get some specifics here. Yeah, okay, also determines his starting classes, as in like the party members that he has. Not that they matter because they're just generics. It also changes starting items. Alright. I doubt the birth theme matters. I'm guessing this is, yeah. Why would they use American date formatting? This is a Japanese game. Ryo 7. Bear Witch Burden. I don't know if these questions are going to be in order, but let's see. I feel like the best one's actually the second option here. Let's see. Walk which path? I don't know what these icons mean. Let's go... I'm probably going to go Chaos route if I... Actually, if I can help it, but I don't plan on like looking up all of the questions or anything. It's just that it's most likely that I'm going to fall into the Chaos route, because that's just how it usually happens. Strife. Share which vision? Terror, damn. I want the points, but you know what? Neutral it is. I want to ensure that I'm neutral at the start, because this one I believe has alignment requirements for job changes. Glory. And I think neutral is going to be the most like going to have the most access. I'll be curious to see my starting party, because I didn't tally up the points. I was going for more for element than alignment, but I think I'll have like 4 points. Lodisism. Damn, those are some very fiery arrows setting bricks on fire. Like, actual stone blocks are catching on fire. Super high, yeah. Have you played this one, Kelvin? I forget if I asked. I don't remember if you requested this one because you played it or because I hadn't played it. Or both, I guess. Oh, okay. I feel like a lot of people hadn't heard of this one. I brought this one up a bunch, because it's a game I've been meaning to play for a long time, just because I like Tactics Ogre. Before or after Let Us Clean Together, you mean chronologically, or actual release date? Chronologically, it's before Let Us Clean Together, I believe. This is like... I'm pretty sure this game... The story in this game revolves around Lancelot Tartarus and his, like, rise to power. I think. I don't actually know for sure, since I haven't finished the story and I generally avoided reading about it, since I knew I'd play it eventually. Lancelot Tartarus. Order attack! Stan! Stan Marsh. Not Stan! Defeat the leader. Apparently, I'm not controlling these other guys. I wonder if I can rename the generics that I get, or if I have to hire new ones. Probably have to hire new ones. Like, I'm assuming that I'm going to be able to name individuals one way or another. Dude, why the fuck is he just running away? Damn, that fucked him up. Lara. How much health does that guy have, actually? Alright. The Gilliam. Not Gillian. Gilliam. Stan, 87 HP left. Let's take a look. Pumpkin tip? I don't know what the emblems are. That's, How's it going, Dragoon? The 105 streak. Yeah, I think Lodis mentioned that. The Fatal Frame thing, I mean. God. I see. I wonder how, like, you know, how heavy the hidden mechanics are in this. All the Ogre battle games have got some kind of hidden mechanic. Usually it's just Chaos Frame that matters. In Let Us Learn Together, the Chaos Frame doesn't matter. But in most of them, it does. And I wonder what it's like in this one. Dude, leave Alphonse alone. He's a human. He's dead, I think. Well, so much for killing all the guys. Bonus money, 0 goth. Hey Judah, hey with the good luck. I am almost certainly going to need it. Tactics Ogre, well, Let Us Cling Together was is a pretty tough game, so I can only imagine that this one will be similar. But it's a Game Boy Advance game, so you never know. So many GBA games aimed at being easy and approachable by children. Have you played this one? I played Let Us Clean Together, I couldn't tell you how many times. And I played Ogre Battle 64, but I haven't actually played March of the Black Queen. And I never finished this one, because I couldn't back in the day. And apparently there's like a random JP only release of like the fucking Game Gear or something stupid. Since my father became Duke, he's been very stingy. Nope, Rip Alphonse. Hidden enemy. How the hell did the hidden enemy come off of my boat when I had people on the boat right behind him? How convenient that he would wash up on the shore right next to a cute girl's house who was willing to take care of him. Also, this is almost identical to the room that they kept Lancelot Hamilton in Let Us Cling Together after he gets super fucked up in prison. I think the only difference is that there's shelves on the left side where that chair is now, but like everything else is the same orientation, and the window's on the same side. Man, I hate it when games have got a character named Eleanor. Well, I haven't played this one specifically, Spencer. I can say that Tactics Ogre, Let Us Clean Together / Reborn is a very good game, and then this one is probably similar to it, but I don't actually know how different it is. Tactics Ogre, generally speaking, is considerably harder than Final Fantasy Tactics, though. As much as I love Final Fantasy Tactics, it's very much nuke everything with super high level enemy power compared to Tactics Ogre's minimalist scaling and focus on strategy. Yeah, FF Tactics is difficult compared to mainline Final Fantasy games, which are quite easy. FF Tactics, though, can be very hard if you don't know, like, what classes are dog shit and what classes are not, or if you just happen to, like, level characters too much on bad classes, and then just have shit stats. It's going doors, Loza. Why does soft-spoken woman look like Kane? Good question. Ivana. Yeah, I have no idea how hard this one is. I've only played Let Us Clean Together. But yeah, Let Us Clean Together is basically the reason why Final Fantasy Tactics even exists. But it's intentionally quite a bit easier. But this one is a GBA game, and so many GBA games that I've played, like that are part of another series, like the GBA version is like just really easy by comparison. I think they, just like with Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, like Tactics Advance compared to Final Fantasy Tactics is way, way, way easier. Like, it's can't really understate just how much easier it is. It's hard to fuck up in that game. Yeah, the GBA versions of all the Final Fantasy games, well, actually, not all of them were made easier, but they were all very good, actually. Some of them were actually made easier, like I think the GBA Final Fantasy IV had like across the board lower stats on everything. Alright, let's take a look here. Wow, 3 save slots. Impressive. So how do I guess I don't have a party.
Fight it out.
Fight it out. The PSP port of FF1's the best version for you? What's different about the PSP version of Final Fantasy 1? That is actually the first one, the first Final Fantasy 1 version that I played. But I don't remember what's unique about it. Triangle strategy is pretty fun. It's I mean it's got its tough moments, but it's also kind of in the same boat of it's generally not that difficult. It's just a matter of game knowledge. Kind of like Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't know, if you like tactics games, then you could do a lot worse than Triangle Strategy. The story is pretty fucking stupid, but the gameplay is fun. Mullen? Oh, I see. Yeah. Because the original FF1 had charges on spells, right? We should play this before Final Fantasy Tactics. Why is that? How's it going, Heat? What's an element? Shit, she's level 3. What level are these guys? 4, 2, 2. Zora, Edgar, Bonaparte, and Mullen. Playing the NES versions of Final Fantasy 1 to 3 is gonna be pain. But yeah, like Final Fantasy 4 is when they started doing like a pretty engaging narrative style instead of 1 to 3, which have very minimalistic stories and were more just a RPG sandbox. Yeah, if like you're just interested in a bit of video game history, maybe. But if you're actually looking for like Final Fantasy games that have more developed stories than it kind of starts at 4. Like 4 onward is when they're like, let's have big stories. Oh, he guarded my shield. What a dick. Yeah, I mean, it's not like 1 to 3 don't have a story, but they're pretty simplest. Yeah, it definitely looks like the GBA Final Fantasy Tactics. Keyword system in Final Fantasy II I thought was super cool, but it was never used again. This is a GBA game, yeah. It came out 2 years before Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, actually. And there'd be a lot of reused assets, because I'd say it's probably the same developers. Like, I don't actually know. I haven't looked into who did what. But I mean, there's a reason why Final Fantasy Tactics looks like Tactics Ogre. It's because it is. Final Fantasy Tactics is very much a watered-down Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, which is honestly kind of impressive because its Final Fantasy Tactics is also very good, even after being watered down. Thunder Flare. It did. Let Us Cling Together had magic, but it was like a odd system. The thing is, it depends on which version of the game you're talking about as well. Because Let Us Cling Together has been released 4 times. 2 of those versions are basically the same, and then the other 2 are very different to each other even. I don't know. Actually. I haven't played the SNES version. I think the card drops thing was a PSP remake and reborn thing, though. Because, like, the PSP version of Let Us Cling Together is a remake of the PS1 version, which is the PS1 version is a re-release of the SNES version, so it's almost the same. It just, I was gonna say it runs better, but it kind of runs like shit on both of them. The SNES version and the PS1 version are pretty much the same. The PSP version overhauls a lot of game mechanics and actually pretty heavily changes some core mechanics, and Reborn changes all that shit again. And adds a bunch of new stuff and reworks some other stuff and... But yeah, Let Us Cling Together did have magic in... Yep, there you go. Let Us Cling Together did have magic. In the PSP version, it was like, I think you had to like equip scrolls or something. It's been a long time since I played the base PSP version. Because last time I played the PSP version, I played a modded version of it, which like overhauls gameplay mechanics as well. And Reborn overhauls that shit to make the spells like a single purchase, and you equip it to the character, I think. I just like the sounds they make when they die. No. Damn. She's getting kind of fucked up. She's probably gonna die before I get to kill any of the others. Also, the AI is like really slow sometimes, apparently. Like figuring out what they're gonna do. Stone of Swiftness. Thunderflare. So I'm assuming that because that's a spell. I'm assuming that you have to equip the scroll to use it, or maybe consume the scroll to learn it. I don't know. 3,500 Goths. What are you doing, cat? Huh. Alright, so what have I got? Two soldiers, one wizard, one archer? So let's see. I must have had between 2 and 4 points. Let's take a look at my items to confirm this. How do I... Wait, actually, how do I look at my items? Yep, alright. So I got like the all around stats. I can hire an octopus? How's it going, Santa? The Hundo Streak. Spellbook. Alright, so I have a mage. What does Annual have? Fireball. Oh, he's Chaos aligned. Actually, hang on. Alphonse is neutral, which is what I wanted. Neutral, neutral, chaos, neutral. Wow. Chaotic wizard. I think training you can just fight against your own dudes. Oops. Or maybe not. Oh, I see. Yeah, you are fighting against each other. Make them beat this shit out of each other. I'm assuming that the training sessions are non-fatal. Pokemon Game Boy music? Well, I mean, it is a GBA game. It's got plenty of those GBA fart noises. Team A phase. Oh yeah, so how does the spells work? Fireball. Hey Celia, how's it going? Miss. Good job. Grinding. The joys of Path of Exile. And that's why you don't gamble.
I'm in danger.
Wow, 64 EXP for killing. Jesus, Sullivan with the raid there. Show us what you got, I'll show you what Alphonse's got. He's about to beat his allies' ass just because. Just because. This is how trading works, man. Welcome in, raiders. How's the Xenoblade going? Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is the only one that I've played, although I haven't played that version of it. I only played the original. I should probably go back and revisit the franchise at some point, but those games are just so long. Even though I did quite enjoy Chronicles 1, it's a long fucking game. And it's like every game in the series is longer and longer. Wow, I'm at the 81 experience now? Alright, fuck. Alright, that should get him low enough, I think, for the others to kill. Yeah, I don't remember... Like, I remember the story in Chronicles 1, but like, I don't remember which chapter is which. I just, you know, remember the broader strokes. Major moments. That kind of thing. 6 EXP. Win. Team A wins. Wow. Imagine controlling both teams. That was just a training battle. I just wanted to see how it worked.
Find it out.
Train scan? What? I mean, you could do that in like fucking every game, though. Just grind. If you really want to, you could do that in just about every RPG. The only ones that don't let you do that are the ones that literally have no means to repeat battles. Well, doesn't that just depend on the Fire Emblem game? Some of them don't let you grind at all, and some of them just let you grind as much as you want. But it's like pretty much every RPG that is like that. Final Fantasy Tactics is exactly the same. If you really want to, you can just grind and trivialize the entire game. Just grind everyone up real high. Rocket Raccoon hitting something very easy compared to come to be important on your slowly realizing I'm unsure. Yes, AC, yes. Yeah, you know if you like mute and tab out, it doesn't give you points. Not just being tabbed out, it's specifically if your browser can detect that you're not in the tab. Like some things will not load if they're not in another tab, depending on the browser. Sorry, if they are in another tab, depending on your browser. But if you actually mute it, like mute the player, then Twitch recognizes it and won't give you channel points. Also, if you're in too many channels at the same time, it's like, I think the only way that you can get channel points passively without like listening to the stream, is to mute the browser through system, or like mute the tab, not the player, and don't minimize it. Just have it up, but behind whatever you're playing. You leave them dead and clear the stage, they'll be lost forever. Oh shit, you can't just like quickly finish before they time out in this one. I imagine some browsers also just have issues with Twitch and its systems, but yeah, that was a thing that they introduced a long time ago because people could just open a whole bunch of streams in different tabs and mute them all and just get tons of points in lots of channels. And yeah, they limited it to the amount of channels that you can be actively in to still obtain points. And they also have other things like muting the player and then tabbing away counts as not being there. I don't even think it counts for viewership. I'm pretty sure it takes away from that too. Yeah, I think it's 2 or 3. But they do still need to be like there, like not just minimized and muted. On tools. If the player is paused, I'm almost certain you don't get points, even if the chat's there. Just mute him out of principle and stare at him. Just stare at him through the monitor. He can feel the eyes. Yeah, if you mute the player, then it will be an automatic thing, I believe. If you pause it or mute it. But if you mute the tab, the Twitch player, like on Twitch's end, they won't recognize it as being muted. Or if you mute the browser itself through system settings, same deal. Exactly. Only so much snooping they can do. Yeah, there's definitely workarounds for it. The way I usually do it, if I really want to lurk in someone's channel, which I mean, to be fair, that's pretty common that I'll have like a stream open. Either that I'm intermittently watching while I'm up and down doing my thing, or if I just want to give a lurk, you know. I'll usually just have the thing muted behind whatever I've got on the front, whatever game I'm playing, but not minimized. Yeah, I mean, there are many ways in which you can mute it. Just don't use the actual mute button in the Twitch client / browser player. There's a lot of solutions to that. You can also just hit the off switch on your speakers. You know. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't have speakers. I mean, technically one of my monitors has speakers on it, but I use the headphones for everything. Yes, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is 2 years after this. It has a lot of reused assets from this as well. Much like Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is very heavily, let's say, inspired by Tactics Ogre. That's why it's the, yeah, not why, it's like the same writers and developers. Like, Final Fantasy Tactics exists because Tactics Ogre was successful, and Square's like, hey, what if we hire the entire development team, writer, and composer, and just tell them to make the same game again, but easier, with Final Fantasy classes, instead of Tactics Ogre classes. Man, imagine having to stand up though, that's rough. Just as I was thinking of getting a standing desk, I guess I won't now that I realized how hard it is to stand up. Back when Square made good decisions. Yeah. Call that era BSW, before Square something? I don't know if I want to run straight in there with Alphonse. He'll probably die. But you know what, fuck it. %58%. Thanks. Before Spirits Within. Ah. Yeah. That's fair enough. I mean, I watched Spirits Within when I was a kid, and I was like, this is cool! And at that point, I knew nothing about Final Fantasy other than Final Fantasy 7 and 8. So I was like, oh, is that the guy for Final Fantasy 7? Wow! Not realizing that all of the games were completely disconnected, and that story has no bearing on anything. So what was the first game after Spirits Within? And what was the last one before it? Yeah, they wasted a lot of fucking money on Spirits Within. I don't know why it, like, I'd have to watch it again to see why people hated it so much. Spirits Within was 2001. Oh, so same year as this one? So, like, basically, before anything on the PS2. Between 9 and 10, yeah. I don't think the movie flopped because of anti-hype hate. People just, it's like, well, fuck Square, they're so successful with Final Fantasy, even though they weren't really that big at that point. I mean, actually, no, they were pretty, but they weren't like they are now. And I don't think that alone would cause the movie to fail. I think the movie probably failed because it wasn't very good. Yeah, I mean, I just thought it looked cool when I was a kid, to be honest. I don't know shit about it. I was just like, whoa, 3D graphics and shit. Wow. And, yeah, that's about it, really. Montana. Maybe I should rewatch it. I don't know, like, Square still released some solid games after that, though. After 2001. Like, 10 and 12 are both great. Final Fantasy Tactics is also after, but Final Fantasy Tactics isn't really a Square game. Was Bravely Default actually developed by Square, or was it developed by a third party and published by Square? I don't know what Tubi is, though. I think 10 has pretty good writing, but it's a bit linear. But all of the games are very linear. But, like, by that one, I mean, you can't even really just, like, leave town and walk around and do stuff on the map. Which is almost never anything optional in all of the other games. But it's like, you have the ability to just go walk around and explore the vast nothing. Which, you know, that illusion of freedom is enough sometimes. Streaming service in the US owned by Fox. My only real gripe with 10 is that, besides the whole hallway simulator thing, 13 has the same problem. Because there's, like, every area is basically a hallway that connects to the next hallway. And until you get the airship, you can technically revisit all the areas. It just takes a really long time to walk all the way back to Luca. But then you get the airship and you can revisit the other areas, but at that point you've already been to everywhere, like, it just feels kind of pointless. But besides that, that's a minor thing. All the Final Fantasy games are completely linear, with the exception of, what, 1, 2, and 6. And 6, you have to do all the things. You could just kind of choose which order to do them in sets. What about 12? It's kind of a perfect example of what I mean, actually. The story is completely linear. There are no alternate paths, there's no decision making. It's a 100% linear story that progresses exactly the same every single time. You just have the ability to walk around and explore a lot more of the map than you would in the other games. But, like, those aren't... like, you can't skip any story sequences, you can't do anything out of order. The map is just pretty open. All of the Final Fantasy games are like that, with the exception of 1 and 2, which give you freedom to go pretty much wherever you want as soon as you get a boat in those two. But if you go to the wrong place, you're gonna get fucked up. But you can go and do the things in whatever order you want. You can do the dungeons, for the most part, in whatever order you want. You're just very likely to die if you try to do them out of order. In 12, you can't do anything out of order. You can just visit a lot of places out of order. But you can't do anything there, you can just walk around. And almost all of them are like that. 6 has split points where you have to pick which thing you do first, but you have to do all the things regardless. Yeah, I mean, 12 has a huge map that's quite open, and you can explore a lot. And there's a lot of side content to do throughout the game, rather than just like an optional dungeon at the end or something like that. Yeah, 10 and 13 are very much... I just always find that hilarious. Because people always complain, like, when 13 came out, it was everywhere. Everyone bitching, oh, 13 is just a hallway simulator. It's like, the very same people making that complaint are the very same people that loved Final Fantasy X. It's like, dude, this is just as much, if not more, of a hallway simulator than 13. That isn't a bad thing. I think in 13 it's just a bit more on the nose, because, like, the things that flesh it out and make it feel less closed in are in cutscenes, not in fucking text dumps. I got a data log for that! Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, that does explain why they would have like a clear-cut objective and destinations, rather than arriving at a destination and then deciding where to go next, which is the case in most of the games where, like, you know, they're chasing Sephiroth, so they go to each town and finding out which way he went. In 10, they know where they're going, because they know where all the temples are. But like all of the zones in Final Fantasy X, with the exception of Makalania Woods and Omega Ruins, and I guess Bikanel Desert, they're pretty much all just straight lines. It's a winding path that might have a couple of very short dead ends with a treasure chest in them, but most of them are straight up just an actual straight path. No, you could grind in 13. Enemies respawned when you like either reloaded or left and re-entered the area. How much health, buddy? Too much health. But yeah, all of the Final Fantasy games are quite linear. People just seem to mix up the ability to walk around on a world map with non-linear, which is weird to me, but that's what people do. I don't know why people hate Snow so much, to be honest. He's just boring. There's been way worse characters in the Final Fantasy franchise. Like, goddamn, man. Snow is... he's boring. He's a generic anime man. But, like... that's it. Like, every single Final Fantasy game has at least 2 of those. And there's no fucking way that he's dumber than Zell. Game breaking. I mean, you can get very OP in Star Ocean quite early in all the games. I think 4 is kind of the only one that doesn't allow you to fully exploit the crafting system until late game. Yeah, well, in 3, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, they all have basically the same thing. It's a completely linear story, but you can, if you want to, explore around. Like, you can leave the town and just look around, and sometimes there's stuff to do. Like in 9, you can do the Chocobo stuff. But the story is still 100% linear. And there's no branching paths, and nothing can be done out of order in the story. There's only a few of them that allow you to do anything out of order, let alone... I don't think any of them have any kind of choices or branching paths. Like, the closest thing they've got in the Final Fantasy series that I can think of is just being able to choose what order you do the required objectives. Like, 6 is the most, like, obvious in this regard. Like, in 6, you get multiple points where it's like, pick a path to take, and then you do the other paths after. In 1 and 2, you can pretty much do the dungeons in whatever order you want, providing you can actually just not die in them. Yeah, the ability to break the game is not really something I care about, to be honest. I usually find it pretty boring if I just make myself If I just grind to be level 100 right at the start of the game, usually the game's gonna be pretty boring. Oh, he's nearly dead. Nice. Level up! 43. Star Ocean's in very much the same boat as well, though. Like, linear story, but you can go out and explore and grind and do whatever. You very rarely can actually, like... I don't think you can ever, like, do anything out of order. But they do have branching paths in some of the Star Ocean games. 2 has a handful of branching paths. And I also wouldn't say getting access to the world map is a game opening up. You son of a bitch. Yeah, the other thing you could do out of order in 5 is the sealed weapons, but they are not a requirement. They're just recommended. It's essentially just a side quest you can do at the end of the game if you want to be extra strong for X-Death. I mean, technically in 6, you don't have to recruit fucking anyone. You can just go straight to Kefka. I think you need to recruit a few people at least. But you don't have to you don't have to recruit everyone, and you don't have to... I don't think you do anyway. And you definitely don't have to do all of the optional dungeons. In that regard, 6 is probably the most open. Yeah, you probably need at least 3, just because the team has to split up into 3. I don't know, I just recruit everyone, because there's no real reason not to. But, yeah. There are some dungeons which are a lot more annoying than the others. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just naturally recruit them. I've never tried to do it with like a minimum amount. The wiki would probably have information on this. But, really? Son of a bitch. Holy shit. That guy hits hard. Yeah, it makes sense. You would need Edgar, Setzer, and Celeste. Locke is a given, You just usually get 7 because he's very easy to recruit. I think he's usually the first one that you'll encounter. Because he's just north of where you start or something? I remember the vague layout of the World of Ruin. I just don't remember where you, like, first start off. Man, actually, getting Locke... He's at the volcano thing, isn't he? Yeah, you start out very close. It's been a while. You start out as Celeste on the beach, right? And then... you move from there? I don't know, that whole section kind of blends together for me because it's, usually I just try and recruit all the characters real quick and then do the optional dungeons. Is that are you talking about where the dinosaurs are? The best overworld grinding spot? Oh damn, that kind of... that's pretty late to be losing your save as well. I've played through 6 a few times, but it has been a while. Like, the last time I played Final Fantasy VI was T Edition. And that's quite different to the base. To be fair, the final dungeon in 6 does kind of suck. I hate it when they force you to use all your characters like that in RPGs that don't have, like, any kind of catch-up mechanic, like in, say, Final Fantasy VII, where they do force you to split up, but I don't think you need to actually use the other character. I think you just get one party to the end, right? But, the characters have a catch-up mechanic, like they actually level up with the main party, they just don't have material on unless you put it on them. Hello, fucker. Yeah, that would definitely make it pretty difficult unless you overgrinded. But if you did overgrind, it would make no real difference. It's just so easy in Final Fantasy VI to make literally anyone overpowered by just giving them magic growth and a good AoE. So just have, here you go, have Blizzard 3 and magic growth. Okay, now you're a god. Here you go. You can now hit all enemies for 10,000 damage every single time. I mean, I know you can do more than that with like, oh shit, with like X-Cut or whatever. But yeah, that's like a bit more limited, and also single target. I think the weird thing about 6 is how, like, there's not really anything to differentiate any of the characters, gameplay-wise, that matters. Like, obviously they've each got their unique ability, but other than Edgar and Sabin through the, like, main story, none of the unique abilities are good or matter. Like, you can just use regular magic on literally anyone, and the stat growth is dependent on what magicite they have equipped. Edgar and Sabin can definitely do some work with their unique abilities, though. They just fall off in the endgame, because they're all single hits, and you can very easily just instead use anything else for the same or more damage. Wait, job system in which? In 5, the job system gives you stats based on the class that you are on. But the characters, none of the characters have any unique ability. They all just are based on what class they are on and what classes they have mastered. But in 5, you also don't have optional party members. You just have a party of 4, that's it. So, like, there is no competition for party slot real estate, essentially. Like, say, in Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, I kind of like it when they have fixed jobs as well, like in 4 and 9. But, like, in, like, Final Fantasy VII is kind of a prime example where each of the characters has unique limit breaks, and that's the only thing that differentiates them. I guess other than the male characters and the female characters having different armor. The weapons are all irrelevant. But the thing that differentiates them is the limit breaks, and the limit breaks are by far the most powerful things in the game. And some characters just don't have good limit breaks. Some characters have a 20-hit limit break, and some of them have 1. Or just something useless, like Vincent. And it's like, oh, cool. So, you're just shit, right? It's a shame that you happen to be, like, the cool guy that I always wanted to have in my party, and always did have in my party when I was a kid. But it's like, oh, wow, his limit break's kind of shit. Because he's now uncontrollable for the rest of the battle, and he's not actually more powerful or something. He's just uncontrollable. I wonder if this will actually hit him, or if it'll hit my guy. Boom! Nailed my guy. Yeah, but in Disgaea, nothing matters. Because it's just infinity grind and hitting for billions of damage with the non-shit characters slash classes. Also, monsters are useless, which was probably the most lame discovery for me. Like, if I'm gonna have a bunch of party members to pick from, though, and wow, okay, thanks. Oh, I hope she's not using... Oh, wait, she's using the heal spell. Okay. If I've got to, like, you know, I have 10 party members, but I can only bring 4 into battle, that's pretty valuable real estate, right? I don't want to, like, use a character... If I've got 4 slots and... You know, I've got like 5 characters that are actually good and 5 characters that are just meh at best. Even if I like the mediocre characters, I'm probably not going to use them. Just because they're not good. Like, I feel like I'm gimping myself. It's like playing FF7, which I would argue FF7 is probably the easiest in the mainline series, without exploits, which require excessive game knowledge. Even casually, 7's really easy if you just go into boss fights with limit breaks. That's all I did as a kid, and I fucking steamrolled that game. Because limit breaks are just so fucking busted. So, like, choosing to not use them, just not having Cloud in the party, is like intentionally gimping yourself so hard. And I don't like doing that. Like, I don't like things just being horribly balanced, but at the same time, I'm not going to, like, go, oh, well, you know, this character is too strong, I guess I'm just gonna like, kill him and just have an empty party slot for the whole game. Or I'm so strong, I'm just gonna kill him and just leave him on the ground until the other characters catch up. Son of a bitch. Well, at least she's walking this way, even if only by a tiny amount. But yeah, speaking of useless bosses though, like, Disgaea has so many classes, but like, for the most part, it's just who has a billion in each stat and has a high weapon mastery to have the good skills. And monsters don't have a weapon mastery, so it's just like, ah, yes. So you're a stat sponge that doesn't have anything particularly powerful. Because, like, none of the monster abilities scale pretty much at all. They're just kind of shit. Or at least that's the case in the first 2 games. I haven't played the rest of the series. I wasn't really interested enough to play anything after the first 2 games. SMT? No, it varies from game to game which one's best. But the thing is, in SMT, Pretty much any other than like the unique to this demon skills, which are mostly not really that good. The moves are just learnable on anyone. If you really wanted to, you could just have a pixie with max stats, and it would be just as strong as a Shiva. That's just how it is. In SFT, or at least the ones that I've played, which is a fair few, the demons will vary. Like in some games, you know, this demon or that demon will be high level or low level or whatever. But like the stat spread isn't huge, and you can get anything up to max level. If you leveled a pixie all the way to level 90 for some reason, it's got to be just as strong as any other level 90 demon. Minus moveset, I guess. But if you really wanted to have a perfect moveset on your pixie, you can do that too. I mean, it's pointless. It is very much a waste of time. But you can. Jesus, she's got some massive range on that heal. That's like almost map wide. Yeah, I've played a fair few SMT games. Played SMT 3, 4, 5, 4 Apocalypse, Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2, Soul Hackers 1, had, unfortunately, Devil Survivor, but, I think that's it. Am I missing any? I played Persona 4, unfortunately. Dude. No, I did not. Persona 4 is probably one of the most boring experiences I've ever had. I didn't finish it though. And I said before starting it that the likelihood of me liking this game is very low, and that I will, just so no one complains, I'll give it 3 streams to get interesting. And you know what I didn't do in 3 streams? Anything. Because like it, besides taking 5 hours to see actual gameplay, most of the story is gated behind mandatory filler, and going to school, and fucking around, and doing absolutely fucking nothing. Like, it's so much filler. I don't know how people like that shit, honestly. I honestly don't know how people like it. But apparently they do. I would play the game if you could just skip literally all of the school nonsense, which is 80% of the game. What suspense and mystery? Like, it takes so fucking long for them to do anything, and they're so non-subtle in everything that they do, that it's just like, oh, that's a guy walks on screen. Ah, that's a bad guy. I'm gonna fight him in like 20 hours. Subtlety isn't what they do. It's written for 13 to 15-year-old kids. Subtlety is not what they're going for. And just the sheer amount of cringe as well. The grown-ups don't get it. Like, it's just so cringe. I don't know. I don't understand how adults can like it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. If I was 14 and I played it, I would be like, hell yeah! When I was 14, at 30 plus, when I played it, I don't remember how old I was when I played it. It is absolutely not what I'm looking for. No fucking thank you. I got enough high school drama when I was in high school. And I generally like well-written stories. Does Persona 3 have constant mandatory filler? Like 4? I still think it's actually, like, so... It's just, like, so blatantly does not care about the plot in Persona 4. And it, like, literally has a pop-up. It's like, the main story is on hold while the school semester resumes. Better make sure you get good grades. And then you spend the next 10 hours talking to your friends around town and meeting strangers and raising your social links, going to class and doing quizzes about random fucking topics. Because you're a school kid, you gotta keep up the act. I know the world is in danger and demons are killing people and, like, hanging them in the street as a horrific warning. But, you know, man, I gotta study. And I can't, like, talk to my guardian. I was gonna say father, he's not his father. His guardian. Can't talk to my parental figure who's looking after me, who happens to be, like, the chief of police, who would be able to, who has the time and manpower to do anything about this. Can't tell him no, the grown-ups just don't get it. We have to handle it ourselves with our buddy Teddy. The adults they just don't get it. Holy shit, I think you've missed every single attack against her now. Like, they could have at least tried in any way, shape, or form to make it believable. You know, just have some kind of plausible deniability as to why they didn't involve anyone. But they don't even try. They're just like, nah, nope. We need the, oh, grown-up's dumb. Great bow. Stowed of swiftness. Damn, we got lots of items. Healing leaf. And the funny thing is, I feel like I would let that go. Like, I would let the generally lazy writing go if the story was at least focused. But it's not. The story in Persona 4 would be like 10 or 15 hours long if you took out all of the mandatory filler. Because they just, like, don't do anything in the story. Like, they just don't advance the plot. You do one section of the dungeon, and then it goes, the main story's on hold. They don't even pretend it's relevant. Maybe in the other Persona games they do at least pretend that the filler is relevant, but they make no effort in 4. Having it like it's just like with Rido 1. The whole supernatural detective murder mystery thing is actually a pretty cool premise. Like that is a pretty cool premise for a story. It still has to be like everything else though. It still has to be well written. Like if it's just poorly written slop, then it's uninteresting, but it is a cool premise. And they did it pretty well in Rido. Until you get about halfway into the game and it goes off the rails. But until that point, and it's just the same deal with 4. If they leaned into the whole fucking supernatural murder mystery thing and had just made an excuse as to why they had to do this in secret, they could have actually had a fantastic game on their hands. But, you know, they wanted high school drama, and that's what they got. Also, they made. They wanted high school drama. Because high school drama sells to high school kids. Who would have thought? I wouldn't say that. I would say police are usually not involved for one reason or another. Obviously, there are incompetent police, but what I don't remember. What's the main character's relation to? Is it his uncle, the guy, the parental figure he's staying with? I think it's his uncle. Anyway, he's not incompetent, but for whatever reason, the kids just refuse because they're like, "Oh, they won't believe us." It's like, what? Like, you could literally just prove it to them. You just prove it to them. Just like, hey, okay, I know this sounds crazy, but okay, let's go to the TV world, and I'll show you what's going on. And then he would have no excuses to not get professionals involved. You know, not high school kids who are like trying to fight actual demons. You could at least have like combat veterans because they would have access to that. Send a fucking SWAT team in there. Like, there is many ways that they could have just proved it. The whole, oh, they won't believe us argument is actually just retarded. Because, like, you could prove it to him. Easily, you could easily prove it to him. Well, no, you wouldn't even need to take cameras. Just literally fucking take him there. Take him to the portal, and if he can't take the portal, then take him to the portal and go in the portal yourself. There's only so much that he can deny. And their option wasn't to have him deny. I mean, maybe later in the game they do actually try to approach him. After all, I only played the game for like 20 hours. Which is kind of depressing how little the story was actually in 20 hours. Like, that's like 2 dungeons. And the rest of it was just filler. The rest of it was straight up just filler. Like, not even relevant filler. Just, oh, I'm making friends with the girl in the school band, and, you know, she's kind of cute. It has nothing to do with anything. It's not even like developing characters. It's just nothing. It's just actually nothing. Yeah, the game, like the actual, uh, like combat gameplay in Persona 4 was fun because it's SMT combat. Even if it's like much like with DDS, how they kind of like I like DDS, but it's got the same thing where it's like you've reduced the options to limit to a party, so your customization is lower. But like that's fine. Like if Persona 4 had the option to just automatically skip all school sections and just basically do the dungeons and main story only, I would actually play the game. Yeah, okay, the writing is lazy and shit, but it's fun. So I would do that, but I'm not going to put up with, 80 hours of high school drama for 10 hours of gameplay. If it's got to be anime cringe, it'd want to be, one, very fun, and two, a good amount of actual gameplay. Not 10% gameplay, 90% cutscene. How's it going, Smelly? How's this game? Oh, pretty good so far. I've only done a couple battles. So I'm just like betraying my buddies by offering to help, because I was supposed to like circle around and fight that guy on the coast so we could do a flanking maneuver. But he's like, nah, I'm gonna help you. Cool. Oh, so apparently there is no town at Vespa. Look, all I can say is there are very many very easy excuses to not tell people about what it is that you're doing in a story for the sake of plot and stopping it getting stupid and out of hand and having lots of loose ends and all this. There are many ways, many writing tools to get around that exact kind of thing, but they don't bother in anime because why would they bother? Like, why would they bother? If they're marketing it to 14-year-olds, they know that the target audience doesn't give a shit and probably won't notice or say anything about it, and they're just simply more interested in other aspects. The Persona 4 fans like the high school drama. That's if you like the high school drama, then great. The high school drama doesn't need to make sense because it's just stupid high school drama. Also, be right back. I'm gonna make coffee. Formido.
Fight it out.
Fight it out. I wonder how many characters I'll recognize in this, actually. So far, I've recognized Cressida, but I don't think that's a reference. So I'm pretty sure that character was only in the remake of Let Us Clean Together anyway, and she certainly wasn't an archer. And I'm pretty sure she isn't dead at the start of Tactics Ogre anyway. Let Us Clean Together, I mean. Like, I'm not sure how far before Let Us Clean Together this is, but it can't be that... It can't be, like, more than 100 years or something. Like, it's within human lifetimes. Because I know that, Lancelot is in this. Lancelot Tartarus is in this. I don't know if, Lancelot Hamilton is in this one. But he's in, like, all of them. He's even in the Ogre Battle games. The leader of Lodis's troops is only 15? Your commander's only 15? How old is Alphonse? Have a good one, folks. Good luck at work. Alphonse is also 15, yeah, he's middle-aged in anime. I have not played Tokyo Xanadu, no. I've only played one Xanadu game. Xanadu Next, I think it's called. Man, my characters are already massively mixed on their levels. Like, goddamn. "23 years before Let Us Clean Together." Okay. Yeah, I thought it would be something like that. Because, like, I'm pretty sure Lancelot Tartarus is, like, a major player in this game. And he's... In Let Us Clean Together, he can't be much older than, like, 30 or 40. Knight of Lodis nuts, yep. Got him. So were you the Knight Sprite of Lodis? That's a lot of enemies. I do not have a full party, by the way. I haven't recruited anyone, so I've got 6 out of, I think, a maximum of 8 or something, 8 or 10 I could deploy. I need to get more dudes, but I should probably also balance their levels out. But what I'll probably do is catch up characters off stream, because I'll be able to like do that with fast forward and whatever in training, make them hit each other to catch up. Because the enemies are currently level 4, 6, and I've only got 1 character that's level 4. Actually, no, 2. 2 characters are level 4. I have no idea how the stat growth works in this. I haven't looked into the class changing mechanics. I haven't looked into any of that. I am just aware of general tactics Ogre and Ogre battle stuff. That is helpful to know, I guess, but as for this game specifically, I don't know what's good, what's bad. I don't know if there are any particularly bad characters, or anyone who's going to eventually leave, or anything like that. Motherfucker. Let's go, Nara. I haven't got any big bonkers in the party yet, but I will do my best. If I can get a Terranite with a... I don't even know if Terranite's a class in this game, to be honest. If I can get a Terranite with a big old hammer, I will. The funny thing is, in Tactics Ogre, Let Us Clean Together, two-handed weapons in general are just not really that good, and Terranites are also pretty bad, but I use them anyway because I like them, because they're not so bad that they are obsolete. They're just not as good as regular knights for tanking. Ooh, I don't want to know how hard that would have hit. These enemies are really beefy though. $54 experience for hitting him once. Holy shit. And I guess in this, there's no real reason to not use all of your actions. Like, there's no reason to... Because this is round-based. So there's no, like, CT conservation or whatever they call it. Like, in Let Us Clean Together, the action that you take determines how far away your next turn is. Like, if you move at maximum distance and then attack with a two-handed weapon, which is obviously heavier than a one-handed weapon, you'll have a longer turn than if you just moved and waited, or if you just moved 2 steps and then attacked. And it was even dynamic with, like, the range at which you moved influenced how expensive it was turn order-wise. But this is just purely round-based. You get all of your character's actions, and they get all of their character's actions. So there's no real reason to be conservative in anything that you do. Holy shit. Ooh, damage. Five EXP, but you're at the same level. It should have been 10. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Jesus, man, they had not. That guy's getting fucked up. I don't know who that is, but they're getting fucked up. I don't remember my generics names. This isn't gonna feel good, is it? 81! Very good! Very good indeed. Alright, so he's dead if I don't heal him this time, for sure. He's dead if he gets hit by that guy again. Yeah, I don't know if... also, it's Alos who's getting fucked up. I don't know if I can rename my current generics, but I'm sure if I recruit someone, I can rename them. So if people want to, have a name redemption, I'll try and use any named characters in the party as much as I can. But I don't actually know. I haven't tried to recruit anyone yet, but I'm assuming that you can rename them when you do. You'd like to be called Stinky? I can call you Stinky if you like. Really? He got it a back attack. Fucking hell, man. What is this Sixth Sense shit? We can have Doris, yes. That cleric is a little bit concerning as well. Actually, I might just walk over here and heal with him. You're called knight, but you're not allowed to be a knight. I mean, I can make you a knight. If you wanna be a knight named Knight, I'll allow it. It still has to be redeemed though. The biggest, bonkiest character, Naru. Okay, I can make a... I mean, I'm not going to have anyone on, like, their endgame classes immediately. When recruiting generics, they start as, like, a base class. and you have to turn them into other classes, but I can arrange this. Such abstract naming sense. Is it? I mean, it's pretty standard. Naming characters after viewers. %. Hey pup, how's it going? 24 EXP. Man, clerics have massive range on their heal in this. It's crazy. Not that it was short in Let Us Clear Together, but like, fuck. This is like map range. This is map-wide range. Your healers can be very safe. They don't have to go anywhere near the front line to heal the front line. Good and tired. I mean, there are much worse status, I guess. What the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to get into the bin again? 1 second. Alright. This is GBA. I need to, like, rig a fucking spray bottle to the bin or something. So when she gets too close to it, it just sprays her and effectively makes her leave the bin alone and stop trying to eat the garbage and microplastics. This is even microplastics, actually. This is just regular plastic. It's like... I know that the garbage bags, like... flap around a bit when it's windy. I get it. It looks like something to attack. It looks like a toy. But I would really rather she didn't eat the plastic. I'm your also. Yes, AC. You are my also. How's it going, pal? Thank you for the good luck. I definitely need it. I'm missing like fucking crazy. I don't know how much, like how, I guess, persistent the accuracy memes in this one are. In Let Us Clean Together, you've got your accuracy memes at the start of the game, but it falls off pretty quick. Once your characters level up a little bit. But I don't know for this one. Level up! Does height benefit the enemy? Depends on what they're doing. If they're an archer, yes. If they're high ground, they can shoot further. If they're a mage or an archer, there'll be less things in the way. Because if you try to shoot a spell or an arrow through an ally, it's going to hit them. But being above them, like this guy, he shot really far just before. he shot someone all the way down here because he's on high ground. Being on low ground is only really a disadvantage if you are low enough to not be able to reach. But like, or if you're on low ground, it's a very big disadvantage for archers, because shooting uphill is generally bad. More likely that you would hit an obstacle with your arrow, or it just won't travel as far. Yes, the enemy has the advantage here. But they're also just simple AI, so it's not exactly hard to deal with that, I guess. No block, thank you. But that's a pretty common thing in you can grind in this one. Pretty common thing in Tactics Ogre in general, or Ogre Battle in general. Usually you are fighting into a disadvantage, and you're supposed to use tactics to overcome your disadvantage. And in some cases that's really hard to do, but that's why it's a strategy game. Tactics Ogre definitely leans way more into the strategy side compared to Final Fantasy Tactics specifically, which is much more into the level and gear and stats. Like, you don't really get that much from just leveling up in Lodis Together. Your equipment and your class matters way more, and things like an archer, no matter, like, it, obviously, I don't know for this game, but like in Let Us Cling Together, it's like an archer, low or high level, is going to fuck a mage, low or high level, if they shoot them. The goal is to not let them do that. And if you just let their front line walk through your front line, you're fucked. Like you need to have tanks. Like that's what knights are for. They're there to be in the way and protect your backline. The AI isn't very good at doing that, but like you have to be, because if you aren't, you're gonna get fucked up. Granted, you can like totally just mass archers and let us clean together and beat the game with that. It's actually pretty effective because, or at least in the PSP version, because archers are broken because of a bug. But yeah, you're gonna have a hard time if you have no tanks. If you try to just go full glass cannon like you can in like FFT, just have 5 ninjas or something. Yeah, that won't get you very far in this. Or at least in Let Us Go Together. No rock, paper, scissors. Nope. It is just simply squishy characters are squishy and need protection. Tanky characters are tanky and are very good at keeping enemies away. Like the core mechanic that is required for that in Let Us Cling Together is Rampart Aura, which is a thing that all of the tank classes get access to, which stops enemies from walking past. They have to walk and stop next to the character and then walk past. But if you combine Rampart Aura with things like pushback attacks, anyone holding a shield can knock an enemy back, as long as the attack doesn't miss, because it's not RNG or something. So like having tanks at the front, they can push your enemies back and keep a line, like hold a choke point, or keep a line which the enemy can't just walk right through with a berserker and one-shot all of your squishies. That's like a kind of like key strategy, being able to protect your backline, because your knights aren't going to do much damage. Do I have Chrono Trigger on PC? No, I don't. I played Chrono Trigger a bunch of times, but I've only played the SNES version. I never bothered trying out the DS version or anything. Does the PC version actually have the additional content from the DS version though? Because like I know the DS version has a bunch of extra stuff, but I don't know if they actually put that in subsequent releases. Because like take Final Fantasy Pixel remasters for example. Um, They look good and all that, but they don't have any of the additional content that was in the subsequent releases of the 2D Final Fantasies, which is unfortunate. And I don't know what the case is with Chrono Trigger, because I know there is new content in some of its subsequent releases, but I don't know if it's in the PC version specifically. I do know that the PC version at least used to have a bug where if you ran the game at 60 FPS or anything higher than 30 FPS, you were gonna have a bad time because the enemy ATB was based on your FPS for some reason. So if you had the FPS set high, the enemies would just get twice as many actions. It does have the DS content aside from the arena. What's the arena mode? Is that like to play against your friends or something? We're going in. Yes, I agree, Penny. I agree, but uh, because it's often not the case, that's why I ask. I'd happily replay Chrono Trigger, but I don't know which version is the best one to play. To be honest, every time I've replayed it, I've just played the SNES version because it's more readily available. Monster Battle Arena. I see. It's kind of disappointing when you get games like the Pixel remasters, which are good, and I'd happily play any of them. But like the Pixel remasters are essentially remasters of the original releases. No additional content is added. All they've done is added some basic hacks to be able to speed up the game or turn on God mode or whatever. They didn't add anything that was in the subsequent releases, which was disappointing. Because like Final Fantasy V, which is one of my, it's like top 3 in the series for me because of its replay value. It doesn't have any of the GBA content or the mobile content. Like they added more classes in subsequent releases, but when they did the Pixel remaster, it's just the SNES version. So it doesn't have any of the additional classes, it doesn't have any of the additional dungeons. Damn. She Cosby'd him. Did they actually expect him to know these? Like, why would he know any of this shit? He's 15. He's probably been training to fight for a few years, but like, he's not gonna be super well educated and know all of the greatest schemings of his country. Like, what? He's just tripping balls. Uber. Sybil Alinda. Teleporting ninjas. Alright, let's see what I can buy. Alright, what do we got in the shop? Alright, let's see. Hiring. Oh, interesting. You get Hawkman here. I might actually get one of those. Hawkman Archer would be good. So, what were the naming redemptions? We had Naru and Doris. And Naru's gonna be a big bonker. So I guess I'll make Doris the Hawkman. How much money do I have? Not very much. Sure. And his element, wind, why not? Feels fitting. I don't know, actually I do know. There's very few bird girls, but they do exist. It depends on how you do it, but in this you can do training battles against your own characters. You can do random battles against enemies. I don't know if they scale or if they, like, I don't know if they scale to your level or if they are fixed based on location. But if you are struggling, you can always just battle against your own guys and make them hit each other. You don't really get anything out of it except for experience. Whereas fighting random encounters, you actually get experience and money and loot and potentially recruits and stuff like that. But you always do have the option of just training against your own guys. You know what? Let's do it. Naru can be level 4 off the bat. And Ice Element. I was like, where the fuck is you? Had to scroll down for it. Well, in this, much like in Final Fantasy Tactics, you can recruit enemies, and some unit types are only recruitable by doing that. But they also drop their loot when they die, that kind of thing. But when you're... Oh, shit. When you are doing... Oh, I didn't actually buy them gear. When you are battling against your own dudes, you're just getting experience. Obviously, they don't die. There's no risk. They just get the experience from hitting each other. So you could technically grind to level 99 in training at the start of the game if you really, really wanted to, but it would take a long time. It would be very boring. And it would make the game very boring. But that applies to basically every RPG. If you really want to, you can grind to level 99 at the start of the game. But like, why would you want to do that? For me, at least, grinding is like a out of necessity kind of thing. Like, I don't want to spend hours running around in circles fighting random encounters if I don't need to. Middle-aged man. Yeah, like it's kind of boring if you're just super mega overpowered and you walk through everything, deleting them in one shot. And they burned down a whole forest. Militia? Damn, what a name. Okay, well that was just a cutscene apparently. Well, yeah. I mean, it's one letter off of malice, literally. So yeah. Maybe that's what they were going for. Well, this gear is not cheap. Let me take a look, actually. What do I need to buy for these two? So Doris needs a bow, but I think Doris can change class. Can't change classes. Rip. Glass pumpkin. Rumor has it that one shop in particular will buy it for a good price. Huh. Damn. I wonder if that was like a rare thing to find. It must have been something that I picked up. Like, I know the glass pumpkins are associated with denim in every game and all that, but it's an accessory in this. Alright. Naru can have an axe. I don't know if you can have an axe and a shield. Apparently, Naru's lawful alignment. Alright, so gloves, hat. Oh, it's an M+5 on that thing, huh? Tennis the penis? Really? Okay, so the weight of the equipment affects your movement range rather than, I guess, your turn frequency. Maybe I should get a longsword for him. Oh, whatever.
Fight it out.
Now this is a random encounter. Against monsters, no less. Well, he is a dick. That's why they call him a menace. But he's meant to be a lovable prankster. So I think, yeah, the fairies are guests here. Well, actually, hang on. I believe this one is. The other one isn't. The griffins, oh, they're level 6. I guess they scale based on, well, actually, I don't know. Because I don't have a level 6 character, so I think the random encounters are probably actually based on the area in which you encounter them. So this tile is probably always level 6 enemies. Because I don't even have any level 6 enemies. Any level 6 characters, I mean. Man, those things have got some high evasion. That was a 55% chance to hit. But yeah, I'd probably do like any grinding I need to do after stream or something. Just because these like random battles for just experience take quite a while if I'm not like fast forwarding animations and stuff like that. But it sounds like this when I do fast forward, and no one wants to listen to that, let alone me. So when I do the grinding stuff, I usually just mute the game and watch YouTube. I don't know why I just passed his turn. He could have attacked for him there. I keep forgetting that mages have really high range in this compared to Lodis clean together. Level up! Oh yeah, I should check if I can rename my generics, or if I can only name the ones that I recruit. One! I guess archers are not quite as overpowered as in Lodis Clean Together. In Lodis Clean Together, the PSP version, specifically, there's a bug with dex weapons, which is only two weapon types, bows and daggers. And for some reason, the bug basically makes them double dip for the stat for scaling, and they naturally are effective versus heavy armor because of the damage type. So archers are just kind of busted because they can kill tanks from so far away, but enemies don't really take advantage of it. You can, though. But yeah, you can do some ridiculous damage with, like, ninjas dual-wielding daggers and archers in general who have high ground. Like, the reason why I got this Hawkman, Doris, is because they can fly, so no elevation limitations. But on some maps, there's like, say, I don't know, a high hill or a cliff or a wall or something that you can stand on as an archer to have basically global range. Because, like, just before, you might have noticed that I attacked something that this guy was down here. He was 2 tiles out of range, but I still could shoot him because he has the high ground, so his arrows will travel further. And if I had a low ground, he would not be able to shoot unless it was like I picked closer. Just because it's in range doesn't mean it's actually in range. For bows specifically, everything else this doesn't apply. For bows specifically, the targeting is a suggestion. I can target this if I want to. It would miss. It's guaranteed to miss. It just won't travel that far. But yeah, if you are considering your elevation, you can pull off some long shots. But obviously most people can't fly. Hawkman can fly. Ivan. I kind of want to actually recruit one of these guys. It'd be kind of neat to have some monsters in the party. These Griffiths probably gonna hit pretty fucking hard. Monsters can be pretty dangerous in Tactics Ogre. Usually they're like... don't scale that well into the end game, but they have really high base stats and can be very much a nuisance. Really? Come on, man. %3 chance. It's got nearly full HP, so that's why, but still. Get a dragon called Trogdor. If I can, I will. If there's a like a mercenary hub or whatever, a town that sells dragons, because like the first town had a recruitable octopus, so maybe I actually could recruit a dragon and call it Trogdor. Because if I can recruit it from the tavern, then I can name it. Oh, you actually hit that hard. Kind of surprising. Get him, Naro. Fuck him up. 1%. Holy shit, man. Yes, we're burninating all the peasants in their shitty thatch roof cottages. Fuck you. I wonder how many people here have no idea what Trogdor is. I feel like pretty much anyone who is around my age or older has to be aware of it, just because of how immensely popular it was, how popular Homestar Runner was when I was a teenager. You've never seen it? Really? Maybe I should play it for education purposes. It wouldn't no matter see if it hit him in the face. Fuck, it's actually been a really long time since I've seen that video, though. Actually, you know what's funny, though? That was the only reason why I learned about Homestar Runner, too. That particular video. Because it was just everywhere. %16%? It's at like half health. Come on, man, I'll get... What is this shit? Your accuracy is awful, man. You need to learn to hit things. A lot of people know the song, but not the sketch. Well, I feel like most people who know the song have watched the animation. Most people. %. Ivan does not want to be recruited right now. probably should have actually moved. %, and it's at critical HP too. Jesus. Griffin. Are you for real? You couldn't shoot over him? And that's why you gotta be careful. He was in the way? I thought I'd be able to shoot over him. %. Yeah, without that recruitment passive, they are pretty shit at recruiting. Wait, who hasn't taken an action yet? Oh, right. I want to try and recruit that little gremlin thing. So I don't want to kill it just yet. And hopefully it doesn't heal. No counterattacks with bows. Big grip. I wonder if that fairy will join me if I keep him alive till the end of battle. Alright, so Alphonse. Actually, I wonder. Oops. Let's see. Success chance is 30%. And if I move behind him, does it change? Nope. I could, like, save state to just keep rolling for that 30%. Do I want to do that? I kind of want to have each of the monsters in the party, just because it's neat. I mean, you know what? I'll try. Let's try. Hang on, let me just double check what my keybinds here are. Huh, did that actually pop up on screen, I wonder? Nope. Got him! Guess no save state required. Son of a bitch. %52% chance to hit from the side, with magic no less. $55 experience. It's always 100 experience a level, by the way. Gotta check everyone's health just in case. Did your first clear in Dead Cells? Nice. How many bosses are in that game? That's not who I expected it to attack. Wow! Got the knockback too, asshole. Yeah, of course he will. Taking my goddamn loot. 4 in the base game? Is there, like, more in DLC? Oh, it's just a Swiftness gem cast. I don't even know what those do, but I know they're not rare. Oh, I don't actually control him as a guest. Interesting. I guess he joins for real after the battle. Do you know what the DLC entails? Motherfucker. Book of Initiation. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, he's moved over. Isn't that nice? Can you not kill her, please? Unlock Sword Master class. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea how the class unlocks in this work. I just know they're associated with alignment and those badge things. That's not a mechanic in Let Us Clean Together. So, yeah. $26. Wow. That's a 30% and a 26%. Also, he just went down 2 levels. He didn't. Wait, no, I think maybe it was already level 4. Oh, no, he's got... Never mind, he's got fucking... I was looking at the wrong number. He's got 4 experience. $100 experience for that. Instant level up. One HP. I feel like I might as well give that kill to someone else. Please actually hit Griffin. Good. Oh, I missed anyway. But I thought it might accidentally hit Naro. What level is Ivan? 5. Can I attack from this much of an elevation gap? I can. Funnily enough, though, the thing that got that Book of Initiation, I highly doubt it can be the Swordmaster class, because it's a monster. Monsters have their own classes. They don't use any of the human classes. .82% chance. Oh, he got Knight's Certificate, which I'm assuming lets him class change to Knight. Man. Wow. All the misses. Hidden requirements to get the badges? Yeah, I kind of figured it'd all just be hidden requirements. But I don't know if it's like chance or if it's just a hidden stat. You know, like get hit 10 times, kill 50 enemies, whatever. I don't know what I'm dealing with there. Counterattacked 15 times, yeah. So it's not random, it's just a straight up requirement. That's good to know. So I should actually look up the requirements for the classes then, because otherwise I probably won't get any of them. Well, not very many of them, I mean. Like, I won't get the fun ones. Because I'll probably have silly requirements like the better classes will have some stupid requirements. It'll be like, be Chaos Alignment and have recruited 10 people. You know, that kind of shit. That's some Ogre Battle shit right there. Oh, really? Interesting. Like, I wouldn't want to just... I mean, it's not like I can just edit memory values and whatnot like with normal PC games as emulated. So all I can really do is grind at fast speed. But if I can unlock the classes that I'm interested in quickly, that'd be fantastic. Man. Self-preservation. It died, it killed itself to a counterattack. I should have just healed it, because I knew it would eventually do that, but you know. Hey Northrex, how's it going? Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of hidden mechanics in general. But it doesn't actually make that much difference in this one. Oh, sorry, not in this one. In Tactics Ogre, in general. It's like, there are plenty of hidden statistics and whatnot, but they're also largely irrelevant to the actual gameplay. They only usually come into play, like, for hidden cutscenes and stuff like that. That, like, yeah, okay, if you want to see all the cutscenes and see all the little bit of loot tidbits, the loot lore tidbits, then yeah, sure. I understand why someone would hate on that. But when it only gates, like, little things, I don't care. One of them requires a GBA link cable, really? And which class is that, and what's the requirement? Cup of life. Another cup of life. Cup of life. There's a lot of cups of life. Okay, so we do get to recruit them at the end of the battle. We've got Dyson the Gremlin. Can I rename him? Guess not. So when you recruit them from battle, you can't rename them. Glycinia. Oh, okay. So what does it do? Is it just like a congratulations, you did multiplayer? Lubina. Increases biorhythm. I don't even know what that means. I will be... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to have another coffee break because why not? I'm out of coffee. Might as well have another one. I only need to go to the toilet, but now we're making it coffee time too. Alright. Is that what it does, Lozo? Makes you jug the gunk faster? I feel like if jerking off burned lots of calories, I would be a very fit person. Surely. But I'm not. I mean, I'm not overweight, but I'm not exactly the image of fitness. Hope the cat wasn't in the room. If she stays in the room and doesn't like it, that's on her.
Fight it out.
Wait it out. Oh, we've actually got the, Oh yeah, I should probably actually see if I can change anyone's classes. Alright, let's see. Archer, Knight, Wizard. Well, apparently, he doesn't have the requirements to change to Knight. I could make him a ninja. And he would have a lot of fucking movement if I did. But I don't think I have weapons for that. Oh, I guess there's like stat requirements as well. Okay, so he doesn't have the strength and agi requirement. It has to be lawful or neutral. Can't be chaotic. I think the berserkers require chaotic in the old games. I don't know if it's all of them though. I wonder how the stat growth works then. Oh shit, we got Beast Tamer over here too. No more than one beast killed. Interesting. Yeah, he's gonna be there for a while, Missy. Until I get some other classes available to me. He can only change... Oh no, he can't even change to Beast Tamer because he's killed a beast. I think. I think he got the killing blow on at least one of those griffins. So what is the requirement for ninja? Wow. Doesn't even have high stat requirements, it's just... Alice just isn't very good. Wait, why can't she change to it? 36 and 37. Oh. She's short 2 agi. I don't think he would even want to change class. He's going to be staying as wizard for a long time. Wait, what class is she? She's a 9 already. Can't change class on Dyson. What about on Glycinia? Nope. Damn, she's got some good shit. Came with a glass pumpkin even. Well, that does she? Oh, does she not have the stats? That's actually kind of funny. It's oh yeah, it takes like 50 something, doesn't it? '51 strength, 53 agi. Ah, not even close. Although that's not exactly uncommon for the Ogre Battle games to do that. But it warns you if you go to switch off them. It's like, if you switch off, you can't switch back. No class changing for Doris. Alright. Naru. Wait, hang on a second. Naru could swap to ninja, but Naru's gonna be a knight or a berserker or something. Just don't have the stat requirements yet. I'm gonna have to look at how the stat growth works so I can level characters on the right class to get the things that I want. That's a lot of water. Don't lag behind. Okay, Sybil. And she's just got a fucking stand over here, isn't she? Fuck you, Sybil. And she's just a sorcerer? Is she? Sorceress, Airblade, Thunderflower. She's got some good shit. Oh, if she dies in battle, she just teleports out. That's actually kind of funny. Wait, I think I can... Navigates and messages explaining what to do next. I don't know what that means. I just wanted to remove the... like when it goes... explaining what... I'm guessing that's what the navigation thing is. Yeah, okay. I sure hope no one shoots lightning into this water that everyone's standing in. Didn't make it. Right. How's it going, Pojo? The ogre-rated tactics? Well, we'll see just how ogre-rated it is. If there's any ogres in this one. Because, most of the ogre battle games don't actually have any ogres in them. They're like... You never see them, rather. You see some, like, demonic monsters that are from hell or whatever, but they aren't ogres. Ogres are specifically, like, the big bad demons from hell, not just things from hell. They're like the higher up demons. I don't know why they're called ogres. The main tactic ogre? Do you mean Let Us Cling Together? I have played that game many times. And One Vision. And Reborn. It's literally my favorite game. Yeah, One Vision's really good. I would say it's probably the best version of the game to play, for, like, pure gameplay, anyway. Reborn would be the best casual experience for a first playthrough, because it's, like, fully voiced and stuff, and has some nice quality of life. But One Vision mechanically is really good. Joanne. Joe Space Ann. What a name. Wait, could she just, like, hover over water? I'm guessing she can. Nice. That is convenient. Also, what is this guy's name? El Penol. .34% chance. Jesus. Is that Anne from one of the fucking Harvest Moon games? The one where, like, all of the marriage candidates are children. Yeah, that's the one. Holy shit, that guy's got a hammer. Fuck you. That one's from the PS1 game. that Anne sprite. I mean, to be fair, all the Harvest Moon games have a very childlike art style for most characters. I just feel like it was a bit more, like, I don't know, blatant in the GBA one. So I've technically played the N64 Harvest Moon, I guess. But like the only two that I played a lot of was the GBA one, which I think is Friends of Mineral Town, and the GameCube one, which I think is called A Wonderful Life. I played both of those a lot, and the other ones I played, like I played I think 2 other ones, but very briefly. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the N64 is the same as PS1. Fucking hell, that did a lot of damage. I was really into the GBA one though. Funnily enough, I mean, I didn't do this myself, even though I was tempted to. You know how in Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town, the GBA one, how when you are low on stamina, how the music gets all like fucky and the music gets drunk. A friend of mine who lost the back cover thing for the batteries in his GBA. I had a GBA SP, so it was rechargeable batteries, but he had the regular GBA that didn't have rechargeable batteries. Anyway, he lost the back of it somehow, probably because of his siblings, and he got a new one, a replacement one, by taking it to Kmart or whatever the fuck he bought it, and saying, "Oh, the audio's all fucked up," and then he turned on fucking Harvest Moon with low stamina, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, it's under warranty," and just gives him a new one. Just like that. No questions asked. Damn. I was like, man, I should try that. But then I realized, why would I even want to? I don't need a new one. Like, my Game Boy's in perfectly fine condition. Although, I feel like I'd probably, when I was a kid, if I would not do something like that, just because I would be scared of getting called out. I'd be like, scared of, oh, let me test it with another game. Does N64 load faster than PS1? I mean, it would make sense. Cartridge-based games in general have much faster load times. Yeah, like that's like the benefit of cartridge-based games, right? Is basically just the load times. No reading speed. I mean, they would have actual limitations on that as well. But like, generally speaking, old cartridge-based games did not have very long load times. That was something that I only really, like, load times is something I only actually started paying attention to when we got a PS1. Because it was quite noticeable compared to, like, you know, the SNES games that I had played and the N64 games that I had played, which had basically non-existent load times. Going to PS1 and playing Grandia 1, which has, because the two games that we got with the PS1 were Grandia 1 and Tomb Raider 1. And I didn't really get into Tomb Raider that much. My brother did. But Grandia I have played a lot. And it has long load times. It's got load times to get into the menus even. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Pretty fucking noticeable. Something that I just never even really thought about before. But I guess I got used to it after playing a shitload of PS1 games. Yep, Grandia HD is on Steam. And, 8-Ball, does Kaze picked the boat shit and end? Yes. Grandia HD is on Steam. It's a pretty lazy port, to be honest. It's just like a AI upscaled whatever. But I mean, it runs well and... Whoa. Has multiple language options. So... It's an upgrade from the base game, like the PS1 version. I don't actually have it though, weirdly enough. Like, my brother has it. So I have it by extension on family sharing. But I don't actually have it myself. But I have actually played it. How's it going? Awesome. Game looks horrendous when it's stretched like this. I don't know, I kind of like it. But yeah, it's meant to be much smaller. Oh, man. Fucking accuracy memes. Holy shit. Wait, let me check everyone's HP too. Oh, that was a very low roll. That's like minimum roll on the damage variance. So he survived by 1 instead of being overkilled by like 3. I mean, on the real hardware, like proper resolution, I mean, on a little Game Boy Advance screen, you wouldn't notice some of the oddities about the sprites, but, I mean, I like the style, so. 1 HP in a dream? Well, he doesn't have 1 HP in a dream anymore. He's a fucking loot bag. He's dead! Apparently, N64 emulation is way better than it was before as well. I haven't looked into it myself, but there's a fair few N64 games that I actually wouldn't mind playing. You know, games that I played as a kid, or didn't finish, or never got around to, you know. I never actually legitimately finished Conker's Bad Fur Day. That game actually gets pretty hard at some points, especially the war section is kind of fucked up. Totally should have actually tried to recruit that guy. Now both of the Birdmen are dead. Oh, 7, 124. Oh wait, there's another Birdman now. I'll try and recruit this guy. Yeah, the war section is pretty hard, but it's not the only hard section. There's a few sections in that game that were like, I just didn't beat as a kid. Like, I went through, because you can put in the cheat to have all the areas accessible. So I've gone through all of the sections of the game. But, as a kid, I never actually, like, beat it from start to finish in one file without just, like, skipping past some parts. And I never owned it. So, it's like... It was also kind of annoying how, N64 games, like, when renting cartridge-based games, like N64 or SNES games, you have to start from scratch. Because whoever rents it after you is going to most likely delete your file. So I kind of just started exclusively renting PS1 games after a while. But the real thing that was good about Conker's Bad Fur Day, I mean, the game itself is good, and it's funny, and it's all that stuff, but the multiplayer in Conker's Bad Fur Day was so fucking good. And it's shocking to me that Microsoft bought Rare and re-released Conker's Bad Fur Day live and reloaded, which made it look much better and all that, and I'm sure the gameplay for the single-player storyline would be better. Like, it'd be smoother, whatever. But it didn't have the multiplayer, and the multiplayer was by far the best part. Because, holy shit, playing Conker's Bad Fur Day multiplayer for 4 people back in the day was peak. That was peak right there. Legitimately one of the most fun multiplayer game experiences. $58, $71. Yeah, like, some of the most fun multiplayer games were on the N64. There were some very good ones on the GameCube as well, though. Like, I kind of wish that trend of, like, multiplayer, especially 4-player, was something that continued, but I get why they wouldn't. Because, like, not everyone has 4 people to play with. Most families aren't going to all sit down and play Mario Party together. It's mostly going to be kids that know a bunch of other kids on their block, right? And that was basically my case. My school friends all lived close together, so we would all congregate at one of their places and play games. Nothing like a multiplayer Conker's Bad Fur Day pissing on your enemies when you get to play as the teddies. The Great Mighty Pooh song? I don't know the names of the tracks in that game, even though I've heard them all many times. I am the Great Mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. And this guy actually has a pretty high defense. Wait, what class is this guy? Droid? He is a Hawkman. Just a Hawkman. He's not even like a... Because the bird people have different classes in Let Us Clean Together. Um, so I'm actually not sure if they do in this one. Yeah, I feel like that song is probably the most famous thing about Conker's Bad Fur Day. There are bird girls. They do exist, but apparently they are very rare. It's kind of like the Vera in Final Fantasy XII or in Iblis, how they are 99% women. The men exist, but they don't live in normal society. And it's kind of the same thing. I think hawk girls or the bird girls are quite rare, and I've only seen one. Canopus's sister. The Viera do not lay eggs, no. They just live a long time, and the men live out in the forest. And I guess the men occasionally come back into town to get their fuck on. It's a life you'd like, living in the wilderness for like decades at a time. Just coming into town occasionally. Just occasionally. I don't really know how. I don't think that's like the details about how they handle that kind of shit. I don't know the details because the Vera like really long lived. So I imagine it would be infrequent, and maybe many of them just don't have kids. But your bird bros, Vera are rabbit people, but yeah, they live out in the forest, like in isolation. That's what the male Vera do. They live in the forest in isolation. I don't think they've got the internet out there. I'm pretty sure you're going to be basically camping and roaming around. Nomadic life kind of thing, you know? Like, I don't think the men just live in a different town. I'm pretty sure they live out in the wilderness in isolation. And yes, they literally shit in the woods. But I guess I shit in the woods if I'm camping as well, so... Fred just left the village and got banished for it. She wanted to see the rest of the world instead of just staying in the forest. That's how you ensure that you are undisturbed, Knight. What do you think hippos do? It's even worse when they do it, though. Because they don't even leave a steaming pile. They just spray it everywhere. Zero fucks given. They do kill everything brutally, but they also spray diarrhea everywhere to mark their territory and keep other things out of the area. I don't know if you've ever seen those like clips of hippos in zoos or something. It's like people watching them, and then it just starts extremely loudly farting and swinging its tail around while it sprays shit everywhere. And it's like, well, that's hippos. As gone hobbyist, how does this match up against Tactics Advance? I haven't played Onimusha Tactics. This game is considerably more difficult so far than Tactics Advance, but that is a low bar, I guess. Yeah, Tactics Advance was very... Sniper Emblem, nice. Tactics Advance is a pretty fucking easy game. I think they, much like many other franchises that made their way to the Game Boy Advance, they were specifically trying to make it easier to be approachable by kids. Oh, please. I would never compare this to Fire Emblem. That's too insulting. Yeah, no way. No fucking way. The Ogre battle games get pretty fucking dark. I don't know how hard this one is in the long run. Yeah, if you're comparing it to Fire Emblem, I'm afraid I don't have a bar that low to compare things to. But I haven't got very far in this game yet, so I couldn't really say how hard it is in the long run. I can say that Let Us Cling Together is pretty hard, though. I would say they're different. Mostly because one of them is trash and one of them is pretty good. But they are fundamentally pretty different as far as gameplay goes. Fire Emblem is RNG and Gotems and a rock paper scissors system. There's no customization or classes or anything of interest. Oh, rather, there is classes, but it's just... Oh, this is the guy that has spears. 30%. I don't think that's a requirement. Having a rock paper scissors system, I think, is a effective but boring system if you just want to force people to use different characters. Damn, I wouldn't compare Advance Wars to any of them, to be honest. Because it's not even an RPG. Really fun, though. Advance Wars is good fun. Just not the third one. Wait, what was the hotkey to reload? Quick load is F3. Alright, let's see if I can get this 30%. Nice. I mean, I don't think there's any difference. It's just literally naming conventions. Some people call them strategy RPGs, and some people call them tactical RPGs. I usually just call them tactical RPGs if it's grid-based, because most of them are. Strategy is just anything that involves strategy, really. Anything that isn't just regular turn-based, you got a line of dudes, they got a line of dudes, like Final Fantasy. Fire Emblem is entirely Gotems, even if you have strategy. It's just that you are aware that there are enemies that spawn at this round over here, if you have read the fucking guide, or died to them. But I think I've gone over enough times how trash Fire Emblem is. Enough times, you know? Even the newer ones, I haven't played the newer ones. I'm going to assume that they're even worse than the old ones, because they've maintained all of the worst aspects and then just added more bad things on top, like fucking making your characters partner up and shit like that. Like, fuck off. You're really gonna put lolly fucking waifu dating simulator shit in there as well, just to make it even worse? Like, what is this, a competition? Are you trying to make the shittest game? Coco. Really? Motherfucker. I mean, if you hated RNG and just RNG reliant strategy games in general, I question why you would even look at Fire Emblem. There is so much unnecessary RNG in Fire Emblem, it's insane. It's like, I don't even really count them as a fucking strategy game, because the strategy in the Fire Emblem games is two things: hoping you get good stat growth, or three things: hoping you get good stat growth, hoping you actually fucking hit, and I guess actually that's the main two RNG ones, because the other gripe is they basically design the levels to have a haha got 'em halfway through them, where there'll be reinforcements that'll appear somewhere in a very inconvenient place, and if you don't have someone pre-positioned there, then you can get fucked. You're dead. But the accuracy memes are very real, and the stat growth being random is just fucking stupid. Like, why? Why would you make it random? And not only random, but like, you have a chance of getting nothing. There's no upside there. It's just trash design. There is no reason to do that ever, and it's apparently one of the things that people mod out of the game because they recognize that it's shit. But somehow the devs just keep making the same thing with all the same core mechanics that make it terrible, and it's just like, okay. It's like Dragon Quest, you know. It's okay. For a game made in 1985. Too bad they didn't change anything about the gameplay until ever. They just haven't. It's still the same old game. With the same spells. With the same enemies. Yeah, the stat growth in Fire Emblem being so random, I feel accounts for most of the resets people have when they're playing. Like, they have to reset a level. I feel like most of the resets are because of shit stat growth. It's like, oh, I leveled up a character twice and he got nothing twice. I guess I should reset, because they can only level up so many times. There's only so many battles that you can do, because you can't grind in all of the Fire Emblem games. And EXP distribution and getting the killing blows on characters that you want to level up, rather than using any actual strategy. That's just core gameplay. EXP distribution and management is kind of what most battles revolve around. In the, like... I mean, granted, I've only, finished 2 Fire Emblem games. Played more than 2, but I've only finished 2. And I feel like the vast majority of my time spent was like, oh shit, who am I getting killing blows on? Oh, I gotta get rid of this guy, because 69, dude. I gotta get the killing blows of this guy because he's falling behind on levels. And if I use this guy to get killing blows, he's 2 levels higher than the enemy, so he won't be getting any experience. And that's just wasting EXP because you can't grind. So using a character that's strong is bad. And I gotta make sure that my healers are wasting every single turn healing themselves, because otherwise they don't get any experience. At all, ever. Because they can't go near the front line. They'll die in one shot. Because it does EXP per action. Still. I feel like Fire Emblem is one of those franchises that would have died a long fucking time ago if it wasn't propped up by a big name. If you released a Fire Emblem game and just renamed everything to just not be Fire Emblem, exact same, like literally just a Fire Emblem, just the newest Fire Emblem, whatever. Change the names and don't call it Fire Emblem, I reckon people would shit on it. For the same reason that people were like, oh my god, this game is awesome when Tactical Reborn came out. It's like, because the only other strategy game they had played before that was Fire Emblem. Like, wow! I can focus on strategy. Composition matters. I'm not just praying to hit things. Stack growth isn't random. I do appreciate that the story is generally, like in the ones that I've played through, the story is generally pretty, not necessarily dark, but it's like, it's not constantly breaking for comic relief. And they do tend to focus on their objectives, rather than wasting a lot of time having fucking beach holidays. Like, it might take them, they might waste time getting to the location, but they're not like having completely pointless. Like they're not stopping for coffee. They're getting into they got ambushed along the way. You know, it's like yes, this is a reasonable excuse for an army to stop because they're under attack. Not this is a nice beach. Good thing I got new swimsuits for everyone. Why don't we show them off? And then you get to see like half an hour of all the characters posing, and the other characters being like, oh my god, she looks so cute in that swimsuit. Wow. Oh, that's Valkyria Chronicles. Never mind. Valkyria Chronicles is really fun, by the way. Despite its RNG, Valkyria Chronicles is really fun. But it is the most anime trash I've ever seen. And the story isn't great. But the gameplay is good, and I don't think you have to do the beach episode. I'm pretty sure that's optional. Three houses have you doing fucking coffee talks? Oh man. Sorcerer's Cup. Cup of Life. Stone of Swiftness, Healing Leaf. I'm not excited to see my favorite characters in swimsuits. If I really, really, really wanted to see my favorite character in a swimsuit, I'm sure I could Google it. Be like, oh, Tifa Lockhart, swimsuit. I want them Final Fantasy VII titties. There's plenty of it out there. I don't need it to be in the game. I want the game to be good. I want the writing to be good. I want the gameplay to be fun. And if I want to see Tifa's titties, I'll go watch the Italian Senate. Wait, was it Tifa? I'm pretty sure it was Tifa. How's it going, Lexi? Good afternoon. Well, good evening. 11 p.m. here. Exactly night. When I want to see Big Chungus in that light. I'm watching that one Meat Canyon cartoon. Wabbit season. Looking like a double-wide surprise. It's canon, yeah. Technically, I guess. Well, I mean, technically it's not, but it's owned by... It was taken down and is owned by Warner Brothers. That video got insanely popular though, and I think Meat Canyon got a bit annoyed with how much more attention it got over his other stuff. Not that his other stuff isn't also immensely popular, but it's like I remember watching an interview with Jim Carrey, and he was saying when on the topic of annoying things that fans do, he's like, you know, people coming up to me and asking me to say, "Alrighty then," that never gets old. I feel like that's basically the same thing for Meat Canyon. People are like, looking like a double-wide surprise. And it's like, yeah. Funny, but he's heard it 1 billion times. I don't think he needs to hear it again. Yeah, it's very much a say the line, Bart. A spear of light. I don't want to develop a strong nation based on the teachings of Lodisism. Fuck all that. Do I seem like the religious type to you, lady? Yeah, the ninja class has that headband. I'm guessing that, like the headband thing is based on something in something else. They're probably both based on the same thing. I don't know what the deal with the headband or the metal plates is. I don't think a single metal plate on your forehead is really going to protect you from much. Maybe an extremely well-placed arrow that hit you directly in the forehead would be stopped. That's about it, though. Certainly isn't going to prevent any kind of force. Like, even if someone hit you exactly on that spot with a sword, so it hit the metal directly and didn't touch your skin somehow, it's still going to fuck you up. Yeah, a small metal plate is not going to protect you from anything in melee range. It might deflect something small. Yes, that's bullets and arrows, though. That's projectiles. They're going fast, and they have technically got a lot of stopping power, but they're also very small and moving very fast, so even a slight change of angle could deflect it rather than having it just punch straight through. But like, if someone had a club, for example, or a sword, or a knife, or anything, and tried to hit you on that metal plate that you've got on your face, you're still going to feel 100% of that force. Even if it doesn't break the metal, like, you're still going to feel it. You're still going to take all of that force, and that's a lot. That's a lot of fucking force, man, if it's coming from someone swinging at you with malicious intent. But there is a reason why most heavy armor has it's all curved. It's curved for that reason. Why chest plates often have like a kind of a point at the front. It's like it comes together at a convex, I guess, at the front for deflection purposes. And I mean, shit, even greasing up the armor is a thing to make glancing hits a thing. Because if you're wearing even like if you're wearing, like, say, I don't know, a chainmail vest or something, if someone gets a clean hit against you with a sword, okay, it might not, like, actually fucking slice you in half, but you're still taking all of that blunt force, and it's going to cause internal damage, bruising, that kind of thing. Hit hard enough, it'll probably still break things. It's just going to stop you from taking, like, an actual grievous open wound. So you're much more likely to survive it, but you're still going to feel it. That's why also things like boob plates are really stupid to me. Because, like, if a woman was wearing a plate chest piece, it wouldn't be sculpted to shape her boobs. That's like that's the most counterproductive thing you could ever do with a plate chest piece. Like, it literally makes it easier for people to get direct hits, like non-glancing blows, because it'll get directed to the center, assuming it isn't massively off center in the first place. Maybe for ceremonial armor, but like that's a different thing entirely. They don't take ceremonial swords into battle either. Well, for the most part, I think you'll find that women just weren't very commonly soldiers back in the days of medieval warfare, I guess. Back in the day, most places didn't have women on the front lines at all, so armor was designed for men. But yeah, you're right. If a woman was having to wear plate armor, they would be wearing the very same plate armor that everyone else is wearing. Like, it's not form-fitting. It's not even like it's rarely even made custom. It's usually only made custom if it was for like someone with a lot of fucking money. Your regular dudes are unlikely to. Your regular soldiers are unlikely to have plate armor for one, but if they did, they're probably just going to have any size, one size fits all kind of thing. But yeah, you don't want something on your chest piece that directs weapons to hit you more cleanly. Literally just makes it easier to hit you. Well, maintaining armor and weapons. Maintaining armor and weapons was just a constant thing. It's metal. If you don't care for it, it'll rust and break apart pretty quick. Look at all these ninjas. Kevlar needs less care? Well, I would imagine so. I don't actually know what Kevlar's made of, though. I know it's like some kind of high... like a high tensile strength material, but I don't know what it's made of. Let's see, what does Google say? AI overview. Kevlar is a high-strength, heat-resistant synthetic aramid fiber. I don't know what that means. Developed by DuPont in 1965 and known for being up to 5 times stronger than steel on an equal weight basis. I don't know. That sounds like spiderweb if it's like a 10 centimeters thick. It's stronger than steel. And yes, you're right, but that's not the form it comes in. Kevlar is mostly for ballistic defense, though, right? Like it's you'll like get shot if you're wearing like a Kevlar vest and you got shot. It'll fucking hurt, but that bullet isn't gonna pass through your body unless it's like a really high caliber round or something. That's my understanding of Kevlar anyway. But if someone like stabbed you, they're gonna stab you. It's got to be a little tougher to push through, but it'll manage. But I could be wrong. I don't know, actually. That's my basic understanding of it. Not very good against knives. Ropes and ballistic defense, yeah. Oh, it's using ropes. Like to make just extra durable ropes. I don't really know how all that works, but like bullets and projectiles in general, like it takes a lot more force to make them pierce through things because they have no weight, I guess. When someone is swinging a weapon, they're putting their own body weight behind it as well. That being said, though, I mean, if I had the option of nothing or a Kevlar vest for someone who was immediately going to stab me, I would rather have the Kevlar vest. I think for bullets as well, it really, really heavily depends on how close the bullet, like the gun is, to the target. You might be able to hit a target at a really long range, but you're gonna do a lot more damage if you hit them at close range. Just because it's a projectile flying through the air. It's constantly facing wind resistance. Queue's gonna take months. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. That's usually how it goes. Most games are in the queue for at least a couple months before they come out. Unless they get boosted. You should have seen what it was like when there were no limitations. Undertale and Grimrock. I had fun with Grimrock 1, so I'm curious about the second one to see how different it is. Undertale, I don't really know what to expect, other than good music and memes. I've seen a fair bit of it, like gameplay from random people, but I have not played it myself. I haven't watched a full playthrough or something. Probably gonna miss. Yeah, didn't even make it to him in elevation. Yeah, like, in reality though, I would much rather have ballistic defense if I was in a war, because you don't really get charged by bayonets nowadays. They, for the most part, are going to be using guns. So, you know, having something purpose-built for bullet protection is probably better than anything else. I think the real benefit of Kevlar, though, is not just that, it's that it's vastly, vastly lighter than any kind of metals. So, your average soldier has to carry around a lot of shit. And if you have heavy armor on top of that, it's not going to be a good time. Actually, anyone who's been in the military could probably answer this question. Like in the US military, or, I don't know, any I don't know, first world country's military. You probably would be aware of how heavy all the shit you have to carry is. Like, they probably tell you exactly how heavy it is, because I've read it so many times. I'm sure that people who have to carry it know as well. It's not their clothing or their armor that's heavy, though. Their carry keeps shit. And, you know, if you can cut back on just clothing weight, then that's probably a good thing. Like, a knight wearing armor has to carry a lot of weight on their body, but they're not carrying around, like, a whole bunch of other shit. They've got their weapon and their armor. And it's still a lot of weight. And there's a reason why death by drowning is really common anywhere near water, because if you're wearing armor and you fall in the water, you're dead. I don't care how strong of a swimmer you are. I don't care how strong you are of a swimmer. If you're wearing, like, a chainmail vest and you fall into the water, good luck. It depends on the arrows and the armor, Bene. Like, it entirely depends on the armor and the arrows. Because in some cases, you could walk through a storm of arrows, and in other cases, it'll pierce right through, depending on what's being used on both sides. UK soldier is 19 kilos plus body armor, another 25. Damn. That's pretty weighty. Arrows do slow down a lot, and yeah, so do bullets. That's why they have a limited range. Bullets definitely go a lot further than arrows, though. But arrows also kind of served a different purpose to bullets. Not really used the exact same way. Arrows, for the most part, in like old medieval warfare, were more of a numbers game, I guess. Blanket an area, carpet bomb it. Guns, you don't do that. That would be insane. Range is also limited by accuracy, but there are many factors for range. I feel like accuracy mostly applies in the short to mid-range, but like, if you've got some fucking Robin Hood in the army, they're probably not going to be part of the 100 archers that are just blanketing the area with arrows before the two armies clash, because they're not going to just keep fucking firing after the forces have collided, because they would just as likely hit their allies. $19 kilos includes body. Okay. So that's the UK. What is it in the US, I wonder? US is where I've like mostly read this shit. Like I've seen there's infographic dumps about like I've seen it for like firemen, police, SWAT team, army, different army units, like the kind of shit, basically all the things that they have to carry laid out on the ground and how much it weighs. I don't know why that's such a common infographic thing to see, but it's the same deal with firemen. They have to carry a lot of shit, but they're also not. I mean, they're going into probably honestly more dangerous of a situation, but they are not being stabbed most of the time. 22 to 32 for the US. Damn, 30 kilos of equipment. That's like more than a third of my body weight. Just in, I mean, I'm kind of curious now how heavy the clothes I'm currently wearing are. Not very much. I mean, it's jeans and a t-shirt. US troops carrying extra guns and burgers, yeah. They have like a backpack of spare burgers just in case. Oh, right. You've got a hammer, not a fucking bow. Sure. You could share a link. I mean, assuming it's relevant. Pockets filled with ranch dressing. I'm guessing they would have one pocket for ranch dressing, one for barbecue sauce, one for the spare burger, and the other one's probably pickles. Maybe an extra pocket for some peanut butter. Because Americans fucking love peanut butter. And I love peanut butter too. But Americans really like peanut butter. I don't know what the deal with that is. It's like every time I see something, it's like a insert chocolate confectionery thing, and it's like, we've got to make a variation for this. How about peanut butter flavor? Chocolate peanut butter, hell yeah! I mean, I like that combination. It's a tasty combination. But I've never seen any group so zealous for any kind of condiment, I guess. Americans go to war for coffee and tea. Well, I mean, I I don't think they go to war for coffee or tea. But tea was used in a demonstration. But that was a war for taxes. Tea was just caught in the crossfire. I haven't heard of the coffee wars, though. I've only heard of the coffee wars in Deus Ex. Never forgive what they did to the tea. But I guess I'm not American and I haven't studied American history. So I don't know, maybe they did have a coffee war. Are you serious? That's hilarious. I'm surprised I haven't heard that. I could see that happening though. Like, if you suddenly just removed coffee from everywhere, like all stores here, any kind of coffee supplier, was just... It's just no more coffee, it's gone. People would definitely be rioting. Man, she does so much damage. What level is she? 7. I don't have control of it though, which is kind of annoying. Punching through some armor myths. Yeah, I'll definitely be unable to read that right now. But what is this? Is he just asleep? I'll have a look later though. Providing I remember. If you post it in Discord, I will much more likely to remember. What the hell is his status effect on Doris? Yeah, I mean, my big issue is mostly that... Oh, it's not actually on Doris, it's on... Naru. It's just that Naru is in front. I'm guessing it's... sleep or something. It's got bubbles, so I'm assuming it's sleep, because for some reason bubbles are associated with sleep in Japanese games. Oh, it was lots of... Yeah, okay. If it's beyond coffee, it's a lot more believable. But I would definitely believe general population, like civilians, being very mad if something like coffee, something as staple as that, just suddenly being gone. People would definitely be pissed. It's not like, say, milk or bread, where they're used much more universally, where not having them is probably a sign of famine, really. If a country is dry of milk and bread, they're probably starving. But yeah, people would definitely riot over coffee. That people will riot over anything that is very much liked, but is not required, you know? You don't need coffee to live, but a lot of people are going to be pretty fucking pissed if they don't have it. Don't need beer to live either, but people are going to be pretty fucking pissed if you run out of beer. Yeah, just as I say it too. Damn, this won't even kill. Are you sure you're Australian? I'm not certain myself. I'm supposed to be a paid actor, but they haven't paid me, so I'll say what I want. Actually, yeah, I could totally take that hammer off the Birdman and give it to Naru as well. Then Naru can really be the biggest bonker. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Did anyone die? Fuck, that hit really hard. 46 experience from a counterattack, fuck yeah. Oh shit, the water level's rising. That's actually going to, if it raises again, that's going to cut off a lot of land, actually. I mean, not that it matters, like, you can still stand and fight in shallow water, but it's, greatly reduced movement. I mean, it's not even just like a call-out for addiction or something. It's not like everyone who complains about beer being gone is an alcoholic. But it's like, what are the few luxuries that is kind of just around and it's a big social thing? So if you take that away, suddenly people are like, wait a minute. They're no longer distracted. People are surprisingly compliant for a lot of things, as long as they've got their creature comforts. And that's just how it be. That's just how it be. Crack it with a cold Vegemite, yeah. Vegemite beer. I mean, have you had a stout before? That's close enough to Vegemite. It's black and tastes like yeast. If only no one was in the way, I could actually shoot that guy. Wait, who hasn't had a turn yet? You haven't. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the best comparison for Vegemite for anyone who hasn't tasted it is probably soy sauce, because it's much more likely that they would have tasted soy sauce. They don't taste the same, but it's in the same ballpark kind of thing. Holy fuck! 80 damage? This is why you can't allow their melee units to get anywhere near your backline. That nearly one-shot him. Yeah, Vegemite is very salty. If you are not into salt, I wouldn't recommend. I don't know what the fuck this mage is doing back here. She's just stayed up there the whole time. I guess the AI doesn't want to get too close, like within a certain proximity of archers or something. But it means she's just not attacking. Also, I think I might have made a law decision by joining this chick over here, Sybil. But who knows? I mean, she did save my life, but she works for the church. The Church of Lodis. So, yes? It's not really evil anime church. They're more like regular Catholic church. They're evil as fuck. But in the background. But I feel like in Ogre Battle, there are no good guys. Except for Lancelot Hamilton and the Zenobians. But you'd never play as them or really deal with them directly frequently, right? Yeah, it's set at the laser beams. That's right, AC. You know, I mean, Lozo, have you ever had Bonox? Does anyone know what Bonox is? Man, is she still asleep? Oh, Maru's just napping. Bonox is like, it's like a beef stock slash Vegemite drink. It's weird. I don't know what Bovril is. It's weird. I've had it literally once, but it used to be pretty popular here, like more than 30 years ago. Hope none of my guys die. Yeah, it's apparently, like, I'm assuming it was marketing, but it's like, apparently at one point, people would, you know, so you want tea or coffee? They'll be like, tea, coffee, or Bonox? I find it hard to believe that people actually said that. I think that's probably something from commercials that people bring up when they are talking about Bonox, but never actually said that when they were actually drinking it back in the day. But yeah, I've only, like, I had it once. I've never purchased it or seen it in shops. I just know that it used to be pretty popular. It used to be pretty standard to see it, you know, up there with the, wow, Naru finally woke up. It was pretty common to see that, up there next to the, tea, coffee, and sugar, you know? I mean, I'd give it a shot. I haven't seen it around to buy it, though. If anyone knows where I can buy some Bonox in Melbourne, feel free to point me in the right direction. Man, I need to get a better weapon for Alphonse. Naru, get him. One HP in a dream. Oh no, 2 HP in a dream, sorry. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I mean, I don't know, I always find it weird when people are like, I don't like tea. Just because, like, man, that is a very much a wide sweep with that. With that statement, that is a very, very wide sweep. I feel like most people who say that have only had, like, cheap, shitty black tea. Sword Emblem. Wonder what class that's for. confuse Austria with Australia? I hope you're kidding. I know, like, there are memes, but I hope you are not actually confused about the geographical location of those two countries. Miss. There has been some pretty funny, like, real cases of, like, things being sent to Austria accidentally instead of Australia. Green tea? Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like green tea is definitely the one that's going to turn off most people. Green tea, especially if it isn't prepared properly, like they've made it with boiling water, for example. Not that pleasant. Shit green tea is shit. The good green tea is nice, depending on the type of tea and how it's prepared and all of that good stuff. Like, there's a lot more to tea than just the fact that it's the tea plant. Like, there are lots of ways that it goes, there are lots of preparation that goes in, depending on the type of tea that they're after. Just before, you know, they don't just, like, cut it off the plant and then put it in a bag. Okay. Like, I totally get the confusion with names, but Jesus. Doris is lawful. He's a good boy. Oh, come on, man. How high can your fucking evasion be? $100 experience. That's a nice find. There's Altar Resurrection, very expensive. Matsukaze. What does Matsukaze mean? Some kind of wind blade? I can't do that, Richter. I kind of figured he would just double down on the whole, this person literally saved my life, and I'm in debt to them, so I'm going to at least finish this mission with them. Maybe I'll return afterwards, depending on, you know, what's going on. It seems like a very definite choice here. Funnily enough, I never took geography in school. I don't think it was an option at my high school. There were a couple of classes when I got to year 11 and 12. There were a couple of classes that didn't end up they're normally available, but too few students opted to pick it, so they just closed it. So they closed down that class, or at least for that year, because it's apparently a waste of resources to have a teacher for like 4 kids. It was ancient history, which I wanted to take, and geography I think was another one. There wasn't enough interest for people in my year, anyway. Modern history was still an option, but I didn't want to do modern history. I wanted to do ancient history, but it was just unavailable. Granted, the high school that I went to was like, let's say it was in a poor area. It was not a very well-funded school, and it had a lot of students. But most of those students have no interest in stuff like that. The trade classes were very, very populated, and the science classes were pretty underpopulated. Rip Blue Ramza. Nice pair of balls you got there. Yeah, those are big balls. Playing retro ties into ancient history? I'm pretty sure that ties into modern history. Ancient history is thousands of years ago. Modern history is the last, like, 100 to 200 years. And that's why modern history didn't really interest me. Because, like, I already had learned a bunch about that kind of stuff, and I did not learn shit about ancient history in school. I only learned bits and pieces through basically video games and media. And I was like, yeah, I would learn about the Romans, fuck yeah. And I was denied. Denied. Yeah, I mean to be fair, I'm not sure what the cutoff point is for that class because they obviously weren't talking about current events. They weren't learning about current events. They were learning about major events within the last 100 years, kind of thing. Like they would learn about World War II, but like they, yeah, probably aren't gonna learn about fucking John Howard. Yeah, major turning points in modern society versus historical accounts of, I guess, fucking ancient Mesopotamia. Choosing not to decide is still a choice. I like that line. That's a good line. Like her whole spiel here was pretty good actually. Yeah, I mean, in engineering, I imagine math is math, man. Uh, unfortunately, physics don't change. If you're calculating the, I don't know, movement of a large thing, probably got to be using the, the same. The heavy objects are still subject to the same physics that they were 400 years ago. At least I think they are. I can't really say because I wasn't alive 400 years ago. With your money and logic. It doesn't seem right. Wow! Good. Math is math, yeah. Physics hasn't changed much. So after that, I leave her. Maybe this is to go neutral. Who knows? No, I kind of doubt that one, Loza. I mean, it would be something that I'm sure would be learned about in dedicated, like, like specific history studies, but I don't think it would be brought up in like global history. It's a big deal, but it's not, um, quite on the same level as, say, World War II, like a global scale thing. But if you were studying American history, it would obviously be in there. I think historians would look at it with a raised eyebrow. I imagine, hundreds of years from now, they're probably going to have, they got the Industrial Revolution and steam power and all these major things, right? But they'll have the internet. That'll be the modern one. Invention of steam power, the internet. I kind of doubt in 2000, the year 2500, that there would be living like we do now. One way or another, I think things would be very different. Not just how things look, social norms would be different. I think general life would be different. In hundreds of years, I think all of our social norms, work life, social life, would be foreign to someone 500 years in the future. Like, even social norms 100 years ago now are pretty fucking strange compared to just now, like, in general. Like, some things are the same, but, like, a lot of things are surprisingly very different. Like how it's something as benign as, like, in America at least, at one point, it was impolite. It's like you had to wear a hat. That's part of being fully dressed. But it's also impolite to not take your hat off in the presence of whoever, or when you go inside. And it's like, I always thought that was so weird. People can only be socializing with bots in 10 years? Maybe. I feel like the AI girlfriend thing definitely going to be a thing for a lot of people. Like the AI companionship thing is absolutely trying as best as it can to get in on that. What do people call it? The loneliness epidemic. Because it's like, it's like cam girls on Twitch. It's all of the people that they want are there. They just have to find a way to get there legitimately. Boobabot said I would say that? Yes. I know Boobabot well. I don't know. I don't really have. I don't really care to like speculate on shit like that though. Just cause like I can't base it on anything, really. Like, you have no fucking idea. 10 years in the future on something as volatile as that. Yeah. Summon Tempest. Global support. Summons Storm. Man. That's actually funny. There's spells to change the weather in this one? That's cool.
I'm in danger.
Because the weather actually does have impact on combat. Like, you can't shoot as far or as accurately with bows when it's raining. This is Adrian with the raid. Welcome, oh welcome. How's it going? How how is the games and demos? What were you playing today? You can change the weather in Let Us Cling Together, but it's not a spell. They're items in Let Us Cling Together. In this, it's a spell. Itchy Witches, hello? Itchy Twitches, sorry. I thought it was Itchy Witches, like someone, I don't know, put something allergenic in their clothes. Yeah, in Let Us Cling Together, they made the weather-changing items. Well, I think it's only 2 items. You can change it to bad weather, or you could change it to clear weather. I don't know if there's, like, multiple in this. But yeah, it's like a cursed existence. Wow. The undead are immediately resurrected by the evil god Asmodee. Holy shit. And Nightmare? What does this one do? 8 MP, range 781. Foe drifts into unconsciousness and suffers from malignant visions. That sounds rough. You know, I've never watched anyone play that ball pit game for more than a few minutes, but it seemed that it was massively popular and then disappeared. Like, everyone on my Twitch followers was playing it for like a week, and then I haven't heard it since. Haven't heard of it since, but I hope it went well. Oh wait, you said you had tech issues. What kind of tech issues? Is Firestorm the... Yeah, that's the AoE. Molten Blade. Strengthens allies' weapon. AoE broadens as the level gets higher, too. What can I buy, too? Game crash, game not working right? Yeah. Funnily enough, the only reason why I never had played this game until... Well, not played, never finished this game until now, is because of the very same. Which is unfortunate. Wait, I was checking the shrine. Still the plumed headbands. Still longsword. There's more weapons here, but not like another tier of... There's more weapons, but not another tier of weapons. But I could buy great bows. What classes can use pikes, I wonder? Because they don't have like a basic, like a rune fencer class? Alright, good luck. So hopefully see you soon. Also, what can I hire here? I could hire the octopus if I had 3,000 goth. What the fuck? That's so expensive. Jesus. All right, I think one more story battle today. Time to farm money for some hentai? Yes. I guess...
Encounter.
Encounter. I don't think you could run from random encounters in this one. But yeah, I'm guessing you could just get like cash for winning, like random battles. I haven't really been paying attention, to be honest. I just look at the items that I get after battle because I am unaware of what they are until the bags get looted. But it probably says like how much money I get over the top of it. Defeat all enemies. I could totally try and recruit these people, but nah. I wonder if there are very many mods for this game, though. Like, I couldn't install any mods now, because I've already started. Usually if you mod a ROM, the save file won't be compatible. Usually, anyway. But I wonder what kind of mods are up for this, because there's a fair few for, like, say, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Like to remove the lore system or alter the lore system. Makes me wonder if there's anything for this one. I didn't even look at the accuracy for that. It was high enough, though, apparently. Oh, there's only one guy over there. There's no way that hit would actually land. Probably can't make this shot because too low. Yeah. I didn't want to move too close because then Doris would just get fucking demolished by every guy over there. What level are these guys? Oh, she's got the walk on water thing. I gotta inspect these ninjas. Cave it in. God damn. Graphic. Sandy. Shuriken badge. Oh, barrage, sorry. Misread that. So, how is she walking on water? None of this equipment... I guess it's just a ninja thing? Maybe ninjas could just do that. These guys are only level 6. Fuck you! Oh, I didn't actually give him that new spell. I bought a spell for him and didn't actually equip it. I mean, I don't even know how to, but I bought it and didn't do anything with it. Man, this guy actually hits really fucking hard. I don't know how much of that is just the fact that he's a Birdman, and they have generally good combat stats, like all-round combat stats, or if it's the hammer itself. This guy's name is Jank! Wow! I kinda want to recruit him just because of that. Blessed with RNG. I think Jank is probably blessed with the worst RNG. He's cursed to live his life playing Fire Emblem every day. See, he thinks he's playing Tactics Ogre right now, but he's actually playing Fire Emblem. Motherfucker. This should kill. Unless it's a really low roll. Or it misses, of course, but... There we go. Ooh. That's the sound I make when I die. Should I recruit Jank? 8-Ball wills it. I'll try. That's the sound I make when I play Fire Emblem. No way. The sound I make when playing Fire Emblem is constant internal screaming. But it's internal screaming that is so loud that you can actually hear it. My mouth isn't moving. It's still internal screaming. It's just that powerful of internal screaming. Alright, where is Jank? Jank is over here. 123 HP. Gotta bring Alphonse over there. He's kind of the only one who can recruit, because he's got the passive to increase recruitment rate. Oh yeah, Fire Emblem's banned. I didn't want to play that trash. If someone requests something that, like, I know is garbage, I'm just going to decline it off the bat. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I played 4 other games in the series and they're all dog shit, but I'll give this one the benefit of the doubt, you know? It could be good. I don't do that. 34% chance to hit. Robot Warlords, I mean, if you want to make Knights suffer. It's some nice bait, Vince. Nice bait. I don't even know why you hate those games. I don't know why you hate them. But you seem to decide what you do and do not like based on many preconceptions, even when you haven't played games. Like, you played one of the Dark Souls games, apparently. But, like, you like other games that are really similar to it. So, I get the impression that you dislike the franchise and its fans more than the games. And I get that. I get that. That's actually the only reason why I hadn't already played Undertale, is the fans are overbearing, and they alone are enough to give me pause. Although, to be fair, all of the Dark Souls games are actually pretty fucking different. Don't die to a counterattack now, Jank. I'm trying to recruit you. Oh, yeah, Meat Boy is a game I'm interested in. Being difficult is not something that will necessarily deter me from a game. If it's extremely difficult and I might be straight up unable to beat it, and if I did, it would take so long, then yeah, okay. I might decline a game on that because for streaming, I don't really want a game that's going to take me 2 months to finish, you know? But I don't think Meat Boy's that hard. It's difficult for sure. I don't think it's like I will be unable to beat it kind of thing. And I don't think it will take me 2 months to finish and stuff. Honestly, Meat Boy looks pretty fun. Because I've watched quite a bit of that one. Because PK is a speedrunner. Hey, we recruited Jank. I mean, Knight accepted Boshi, Lozo. He isn't like me. He's happy to suffer. I mean, Boshi definitely is full of a lot of bullshit. Absolutely, so much bullshit. I wouldn't necessarily call it a shit game though, but it's got a lot of fucking Kaiser blocks. And if you don't like Kaiser blocks, you're gonna have a bad fucking time with that game. Yeah, Boshi's fucked up. I don't know, Toya just constantly does challenging runs and whatnot though, that's just his thing. Like, he grinded out fucking Hitless Dark Souls 2. I think he was working on Hitless Dark Souls 3 as well. Which is pretty wild. Can I attack these? Nope. Like, he's subjecting himself to that. Like, he's choosing to do very difficult challenges, which I guess, you know, that could be counted as masochism, I guess. But yeah, Knight's not volunteering. Knight is just exposing his ass to be whipped. Toya is whipping his own ass. Yeah, like, Boshi... I mean, okay, there is, of course, a lot of RNG in that one. But it's like Sonic. You know how Super Sonic is like... You can manipulate exactly how he flies. It's not random. It's just really precise. I feel like that's fucking everything in that game. And it's the reason why I don't want to play it. Or at least not attempt to finish it or something on stream. Because I know how... Yes... Technically, this isn't RNG, but I don't want to fucking deal with that. I don't want to deal with, like, something so precise that it might as well be random. Oh. Nope. God. Yeah, the hitboxes are fucked. Miracle Emblem. Oh, I guess that's from, like, surviving. Like, evading when low HP, where you otherwise would have died. Other controls are consistent? I don't know about that. All I know about that game, basically, is from watching speedruns. Lots and lots of speedruns. And those guys have got pretty much every... Like, the RNG that they bitch about in speedruns is mostly missing no. And the blood on Shang Tsung. The blood on Shang Tsung and... the hell is that sound? Yes, we're recruiting Jank. Thank you. The blood on Shang Tsung and the ability that Missing No does. Yeah, the Shang Tsung blood patterns are kind of random, so you can't, like... not kind of, they are random, so you just have to use eyes, which is pretty rough, considering how the game is. But many of the other things are like, oh, that's okay. So you can like, reliably do this or that, and they make almost everything in that run reliable. But there are some things that they always complain about, and that is mostly missing note because you can waste so much fucking time, and Shang Tsung's blood because it can very easily just pop you and make you redo the whole fight, which is a very, very long fight. I don't remember if there was any other, like, I think, for the speedrunners, I mean. And speedrunners obviously are approaching this very, very differently to anyone casually playing it. But like some of the fights, I think some of the fights that have bullshit final phases, they don't do the last phase because they kill the boss too quickly. And I think that is probably a big factor. But yeah, I'll hard pass on like actually trying to beat that game myself. I fucked around with it. I'm not committing to a game like that. It's made for suffering. I feel like it's made not just for suffering, but for people to enjoy watching someone suffer. But I guess that's enough for tonight. It's already 12:30. I was going to do another story battle, but I guess it gave me a random encounter, so I did that instead. I don't think you can run from random encounters in this. But yeah, anyway. I'll be back tomorrow, as always. Same as ever. Some more of this. I am not sure how long this one is compared to Let Us Cling Together. Need to go to bed and battle my ogre. No, the battling of the ogre is before bed. Battling ogres is pretty exhausting. I mean, I don't know. I haven't even looked at anything for Robot Warlords. All I know about Robot Warlords, Lozo, is that you mention it a lot and that it's bad. That's it. I've never heard anyone else mention it before. You're the only person that I know of that's ever talked about it. And all I know is that it's apparently really shit. Like, that's all I know about it. It's really shit, apparently. Yeah, I'm curious to see it, I guess, but I wouldn't play it on recommendation alone, that's for sure. It's like offering someone food to be like, hey, do you want this? It tastes like shit. Yeah, of course. I'd love that thing that tastes like shit. Thank you for offering. Alright, anyway, before I get too sidetracked, I'm going to go and eat. Have a good day, night, morning, whatever is appropriate to your time zone. Hopefully see you all tomorrow, but until then, I don't know. Avoid playing shit games.